Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, okay, that's very loud. Good morning. My name is Nicole Kamwendo, and I am going to be your host for today. Welcome to the Kodianga Real Estate Workshop, Mzuzu edition. We've done this in Blantyre, we've done this in Mzomba, and we're now here in Mzuzu. I'm very excited. I can't wait to meet everyone in the room, which we will do shortly. But before that, can I ask Victor Madobe to give us an opening prayer? And then we can start getting to know each other. So Victor, please join me in the front and give us your prayer.
Let us bow our heads for a prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for this wonderful opportunity that You have given us. Lord, we thank Thee that we have gathered at this place for this workshop, and we would like to ask You, Lord, to help us as we are starting this workshop till we finish. We pray that Your Holy Spirit should protect us and guide us in whatever is taking place at this place. For we ask this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you for that. Now, let's get to know each other. So we will begin with the front left. There's microphones in front of you. Just press the on and off button and tell us who you are, your name, and where you're coming from. And let's get to know each other. So please, let's begin.
All right, thanks so much. I'm Ishmael Padoko from Mzuzu University, student pursuing Bachelor of Science in Land Management, especially in Land Surveying, Level 4. Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Darit Sumagwinja from Mzuzu University, pursuing Land Management, Estate Management.
I'm Peter Mbisa in the private practice in the area of physical planning and GIS.
Victor Madobe, Estate Management, former student at Mzuzu University.
Ruthie Nkandawile, Valuation Officer for NIF.
Frank Arabi, FTH Bank.
Good morning. I'm Monica Kabambe, Fiscal Planning Officer from Mzuzu City Council.
I'm Taweni Msuko from Mzuzu University.
I'm Emmanuel Makwakwa from Standard Bank.
Shadrach Msangambe, National Bank.
Good morning. I'm Malumbo Nkandawire, a physical planner and a GIS practitioner.
Good morning. I'm Dumsan Begeani from Mzuzu City Council Land Survey.
Andrew Kaira, Malawi Housing Corporation.
Geoffrey Kaira, Malawi Housing Corporation.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Lucky Kabanga from Mzuzu University.
Good morning. My name is Kondwan Kachika from Makra.
Good morning. My name is Laudon Luka. I'm from Mzuzu University, but this morning I'm representing the Malawi Institute of Physical Planners.
Good morning. I am Godfrey Nkata, retired land surveyor, but licensed surveyor.
I'm Ashraf Saidi from Mzuzu University.
Good morning. I'm William Kawaza from Mzuzu University doing land management estates basically.
I am Joseph Mumba from Karabe District Council.
And I am Fanny Jirwa from Lumpi District Council Physical Planning Officer.
I am Faith Mwesu from Mzuzu University.
Good morning. My name is Banet Namacha from Makra.
Good morning. My name is Sam Tunde from Iconic Real Estate Agency.
Agnes Piri from Maple Leaf Realty.
Stephen Jabwedega, Physical Planner.
Prince Machika from Real Estate Top.
Chikondi Mpamba from Mubas.
Blessings Chepa, a physical planner and GIS expert.
Good morning. My name is Wezin Komasomba from Makra.
Good morning. I'm Isaac Matiza from Mzuzu University.
Good morning. I'm Limbani Sekani, and I'm from Makra. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those introductions. And on that note, turn to the person on your left and give them a good greeting. You've all been saying good morning to me, but I don't think you've said good morning to each other. I asked the team to lower the aircon. I'm not sure about you, but Mzuzu is cold enough without extra air conditioning in this room, and I'm sure we will warm it up as the day goes on. And it gives me great pleasure to invite Mr. Kondwanika Chika from Makra to give us his welcome remarks, and we consider this workshop opened. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning all. We are excited to be here as Makra. We are really happy to be in Mzuzu this morning as we bring you the news, the good news of NAS, which is the National Addressing System. I'm glad that during our introductions, it's clear that the people that are gathered here are the people that we needed to talk to this morning. People that are looking at issues of land, issues of managing land, planning, and all aspects of developing this resource we call land. Together with our partners, real estate, we have brought in surveyors, valuers, real estate managers, physical planners, so that we can understand the initiative that we have spearheaded called the National Addressing System, to see how we can leverage this resource. The NAS is at an advanced stage in terms of implementation, and we feel this is the right time to be engaging with this segment of the economy, because you are the people who will be at the forefront of leveraging NAS so that it benefits us to the maximum impact. Mzuzu offers a unique opportunity in terms of using the National Addressing System. Mzuzu is a new city, isn't it? We've been to Blantyre, we've been to Zomba. We are yet to go to Lilongwe, but we couldn't have missed Mzuzu. Mzuzu is a young city. It's at a stage where, if done properly, we could really have a beautiful city. And we felt that at this stage, it's the right time where we should bring this conversation among this sector of professionals, so that we see how we can utilize it and indeed make Mzuzu a place which will be good to live in. As we know, urbanization is growing, and in Malawi in particular, the rate of urbanization is quite high. Malawi is rated highly in terms of urbanization. A lot of people are moving from the rural areas into our cities. And Mzuzu is not spared, I'm sure. If we move around, we'll see a lot of informal settlements coming in. And that is why, even in this particular discussion, we need to tackle issues of urbanization. How are we going to use NAS in informal sectors? By 2030, it's estimated that 30% of Malawi's population will be in urban areas. By 2050, 50% of our people will be living in cities. It is therefore imperative that we address standards and infrastructure as we embrace these informal sectors. I'm glad we have got colleagues from the university looking at land management issues. These are issues now we need to start looking at and embracing. How are we going to utilize the national addressing in the face of informal settlements? And indeed, even before we reach there, how can we reduce these informal settlements so that NAS implementation is as smooth as it has happened across the globe? So the objective of this workshop, maybe in a nutshell, is to bring NAS to you, our stakeholders. We have to answer the question, what's the linkage between NAS and physical planning, for instance? What would be the linkage between NAS and property valuation, property values? what's the linkage between NAS and real estate management? At the end of the day, as we go home, we need to understand this and start preparing our processes to embrace NAS to the full extent. So as I welcome you, I want to wish you a good meeting, a good workshop. I urge you to participate. Don't hold back any questions. We are here to answer your questions, contribute. We are ready to even take your input at this stage. The expectation is that at the end of the day, we'll go back home understanding the value of NAS and then be ready to put NAS in its right place as our country moves forward. With those few remarks, please feel free and enjoy the workshop. Thank you so much.
Few but very important remarks. Could we please give Mr. Kondoni Kachega from MACRA another round of applause, because as he has rightfully pointed out, this workshop intends on building the conversation. A lot of times whenever there's initiatives that are run in this country, we complain that we never had a chance to contribute, we were never given an opportunity to share our opinions, and I don't think that opinion could get better than this. Joining me in front will be Ms. Zite Hiwa, who is representing Real Estate Talk Malawi, the partners who have made these workshops possible. So please, let's welcome Zite Hiwa. I'm not messing it up this time. Please give a warm welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Nicole. Good morning, everyone. My name is Zite Hiwa, as you mentioned, and I am the digital lead at Real Estate Talk. And on behalf of my wonderful team, I just want to welcome you all again to the workshops here today. To start off, I just want to extend our gratitude again to our wonderful MACRA partners. These workshops wouldn't have been possible without this amazing partnership with them. And as I mentioned, we've had a great start, Blantyre, Zomba, and we're excited to see the engagement that will happen here today in Mzuzu. I won't go into the details of what the National Addressing System is, because we are going to learn more about that throughout the course of the workshop here today. But from our side here at Real Estate, our mission is just to continue to raise awareness. And we believe that these workshops are part of that act of us raising awareness. The National Addressing System offers significant opportunities to just standardize and improve real estate practices, from enhancing the accuracy of valuations and credit risk assessments to informing more effective urban planning decisions. And we believe that these discussions about this innovation will help us to look more into how we can continue to improve the real estate sector here in Malawi. And for us, this workshop is focused on more than just the technical aspects of the National Addressing System. We want to adopt a human-centered approach in exploring how NAS can revolutionize the way we identify properties, as I mentioned, and many more things that you get to learn more across the course of the workshop. All of the things that we'll talk about here today are all critical in enhancing the real estate sector in Malawi, and also learning more about how we can build sustainable cities that align with the Malawi 2063 vision. So, as Mr. Kachika mentioned, this is a workshop. The whole point is for us to discuss, engage, exchange ideas, and learn more about how we can all work together to improve the real estate sector in Malawi, and also hopefully improve the way we all engage with the National Addressing System. So we're looking forward to all your discussions, we're looking forward to all your ideas. This workshop will be a success based off all of the engagement that we have today. So let's all work together to make this a success. Thank you all.
I always appreciate Zita's comments. They're always short, sweet, and straight to the point. So could please give her a round of applause for that. Representing the physical planning ecosystem is Laudon Luca, here to give us their welcoming remarks as well. And then we dive right into our presentations and final remarks. So please join me welcoming Laudon Luca, the esteemed, who says he's not here as a lecturer from Zuni, but can you really remove that jacket? Please give him a round of applause.
Well, thank you very much for those remarks. Indeed, I'm a lecturer in physical planning at Mzuzu University. But this morning, I'm wearing a different hat. I've been asked by the president of the Malawi Institute of Physical Planning to make a presentation this morning. It's only last night that he talked to me. So my presentation will be really brief. Right. I would like to talk about the importance of street addressing to urban and regional planning. At the same time also, talking about the importance of urban and regional planning to street addressing. But first of all, let me just say what the Malawi Institute of Physical Planning stands for. We are a professional body. We advocate for best practice in physical planning across the country, and we engage with the government and other stakeholders in relation to policy and good practice in the physical planning space. So, my starting point is how important is street addressing to physical planning, or what we call urban and regional planning. It is at the core of our profession that we should properly identify parcels of land when making decisions on how to better regulate urban development. And therefore, street addressing is very, very important because it readily identifies a parcel of land, and in the mind of the physical planner or urban regional planner who makes that decision, and also those that are affected by that decision, it is very important that street parcels are readily identifiable. Now, let us look at the situation in the absence of the national street addressing system. My experience as a physical planning practitioner in Malawi is limited. My experience has been overseas. So let me just share some of the experiences that I had working in the physical planning space overseas. Land parcels are identified on the basis of their legal title. And legal titles are mostly those vague and abstract abstractions, excuse my academic language, but they'll give you something like title number XYZ, and then they would mention the titling district, Alimaunde, for example, in Ililongwe. That doesn't give you a good picture of where that piece of land is. But where national street addressing works and has been established, we just say, number 51 to 56, Luinga Road, for example, in Luinga. That is most readily identifiable to the people that are affected by the planning decisions than the abstraction that I talked about, the legal abstraction that I've talked about. Secondly, what is the importance of urban and regional planning to street addressing? when we are preparing physical layout plans, that's the basis for orderly development. And there cannot be effective street addressing without those actions that are carried out by physical planners when they prepare physical layout plans. They lay out the basis for street addressing. Where street addressing has been established and there are systematic processes, the physical planners create a system whereby the addressing comes into effect. If a parcel is created, it becomes a basis for a future address. It could be number 60, whatever road, in Lilongwe or in Mzuzu, and that kickstarts the process for orderly planning decisions. Subdivisions are regulated under the Physical Planning Act. That is why the law requires planning permission for the subdivision of land. That creates the process for future physical addressing processes. So therein lies the challenge that in Malawi, most of our cities, well, our cities are growing at a rapid rate, but the growth has been defined by informality. There are more informal settlements in our cities than formal ones. And that's the challenge for physical addressing, because where there is no planning, physical addressing, as you may attest, my colleagues at MACRA, becomes a challenge. I've heard that you have had to come up with innovative ways for physical addressing, for national addressing, in the absence of proper physical planning plans, physical planning provisions. And that should not be the case if we were to have had a systematic approach to the way that our cities grow and the way that our cities are planned. So that becomes a challenge for all those of us who are working in the physical planning space. How could we work productively with MACRA and other stakeholders to make sure that the national street addressing system is seamless and challenges are faced with informed decisions. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Luca. And that's such a lecturer move. You know, when they finish speaking, they just leave the stage and you'd be like, Kodimo Maliza? Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. Now, he does have a presentation later on, but allow me to invite the Surveyors Institute of Malawi representative, Riz Omar, to share some welcome remarks as well. I believe he is around. Yes, he is. Just some welcome remarks, short and sweet as usual, and he will give us a very thorough presentation later on. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcoming Riz Omar. I'm really trying not to say Mr. because he does not like it when you call him Mr. Omar. Please welcome him.
Mazuka, I tell you, it is a long way from Blantyre to Mzuzu, eh? Oh my God. I take my hat off to Mzuzu. Morning, everybody. On behalf of Surveyors Institute of Malawi, I'm just a junior in Surveyors Institute of Malawi, although I don't have any hair left, but there are a couple of seniors here. To MACRA, to the delegates here, to my fellow surveyors. Some of the graduates are here, and to the various guests here. Surveyors Institute of Malawi is considered one of the oldest professional bodies in Malawi. However, our dear brothers at MACRA and part of the National Address System never invited us to any of the address systems. So my presentation a bit later is going to explain how important valuations are, understanding addresses within valuations. My colleague Sam Tunde is going to do it on real estate. And I did persist and pester and irritate Chikondi in Blantyre, and I said, you guys have to have people from the Surveyors Institute within your various subcommittees. Surveyors Institute is made up of surveyors. It's made up of quantity surveyors. So when I say surveyors, land surveyors, because we're all considered surveyors, quantity surveyors, and the land economists. The land economists are the people that do the real estate, the people that do the valuations, auctioneering. Why should we not be part of the address system? So we are again lobbying and presenting, and we have joined hands with MACRA, and we are very, very honored to be here. But damn, it's a long drive here. I don't know how you guys do it. I honestly don't know how you guys do it. Eh? And so hopefully we have a good workshop together. I'm going to keep this very short. Nicole's giving me the eye. I shall step down and we shall chat a bit later. Thank you.
I think we should give it up to Riz Omar, because if you knew just how much he truly wanted to speak and how short he managed to keep that, it is truly an achievement. So without further ado, please give him a warm round of applause. And let's begin our presentations. What is the National Addressing System? Macro representative Mr. Limbani Sekani is going to give us his presentation to take us through the entirety of the National Addressing System and why we're here. So please join me, Mr. Limbani Sekani. Over to you, sir. We can receive him warmly. It's already cold outside. Also, please make sure you're taking notes. If you have any questions, make sure you write them down. We always have a Q&A session, which we will do. So make sure you take notes wherever you need to.
Good morning, good people. Once again, my name is Limbani Sekani, and this morning my simple duty is to have a discussion with you regarding national addressing system. So we do have an outline over there. In the first place, we are going to look at the introduction, and then secondly, we'll look at the mandate. This is where now we get the powers from for us to implement the national addressing system as MACRA. And away from that, we are going to look at the requirements for us to implement the national addressing system in Malawi. Further to that, we are going to look at the component of the national addressing system. And again, we are going to look at the governance, how this national addressing system is being implemented in Malawi. And again, we are going to look at the benefits associated with national addressing system. Are there any? So we are going to have a look at that. And we'll look at the postcode, which is part of an address. So we are going to look at that in detail. Last but one, we are going to look at the challenges that we are facing during this process of implementing the national addressing system here in Malawi. And finally, we are going to conclude. So, to begin with, we have to understand that at the moment, we do not have a comprehensive addressing in Malawi. So that's the genesis of why we introduced national addressing system in Malawi. At the moment, we don't have that. I watch a lot of TV back at home, and Dimakonda won in a crime scene investigation. And oftentimes, the operator, 911, would receive a call. I have been shot. Maybe a lady or a man is shot. And then the first question the operator asks, what's your address? So you are there, you've been shot, and you're bleeding to death. And you don't have that much energy to explain things in detail. So the operator would ask straight away, what's your address? So now the victim would say, for instance, 9 mango tree. So the operator would be like, Madam, we are on our way. Just hold on. So in 5-10 minutes, they're there. She's being assisted or he's being assisted. Now imagine back here, you're home, you've been shot, and now you call the police or you call for an ambulance for assistance. And then you have been asked to spell out your address. Imagine the trouble, the struggle. I bet mpana muntu afa nditu before those people come to your rescue. Reason, we don't have a comprehensive addressing system. So in the absence of comprehensive addressing system in Malawi, all we use is what we call traditional way of addressing. This kind of addressing is archaic, not appropriate in the year 2025. So there you have it, the definition for addressing system. It is a standardized system for assigning unique addresses to every location and property within a country. So this is what we're doing in Malawi. We're trying to implement this comprehensive addressing system in Malawi, which at the moment we don't have. So that's our status quo. The traditional way of addressing. 30 meters from Mzuzu bus stop, next to mango tree, mundiimire mukafika pa zorozoro, and so on and so forth. This is due to a lack of comprehensive addressing system. Now, lack of this addressing system, imabwera ndi mavuto osiyana-siyana. For instance, ndalongoso apo how our friends in the US do their thing, the 911 calls and stuff. But on top of that, consider a situation where there's fire at home right now, and you're calling fire brigade to go home and put out the fire. Just picture the situation, the chaos that will be there. You won't be able to direct them to your home just because we don't have the addressing system. So because of that, a decision was made to have the national addressing system implemented in Malawi. So in 2016, Communications Act included the implementation of national addressing system. So this is where we are getting the powers from. We are MACRA, and now people would say, why are you implementing this? So we get our powers from 2016 Communications Act, and to be specific, Section 124. And if you get hold of the Act, that is how it has been, spelled out in the Act. So verbatim, the authority shall allocate, manage, and regulate addresses and postcodes. So this is where we are getting the powers from. So in 2016, the decision was made and the law associated was put into place for us as MACRA, as part of government, to implement the national addressing system. Okay. All right, so as Malawians, we have to do certain things for us to have a comprehensive addressing system in Malawi. There are a lot of things that we need to do, but key are those four that you are seeing over there. The first thing that we have to do is to make sure that all the streets, all the roads in Malawi do have names. Granted, some do have names already, but others don't. So for those that don't have names, it is our duty to name them. So who is responsible for naming such streets? For instance, this is Masasa area. And then during street naming, the people of Masasa are responsible for naming their own streets. MACRA would come in just to assist in the process in terms of finances and guidance in the process. But the people, the local people, are responsible for naming their own streets. So that's number one. Number two, houses must be numbered according to the new system. So what does the new system say? The new system says where an area is very formal, where we have streets, well defined, and then we have houses side by side, you have the even numbers on your right and the odd numbers on your left. So that's how it plays out. There are questions regarding informal settlements where there are no well-defined roads and stuff like that. So in such areas, we use what we call zoning. Zoning is now a process where, by looking at the map, we are able to isolate a section of that area. And then we name that section. We identify features that are on the map, and then that isolate that specific area. So we call that a zone, and we name that zone. How do we do that? We use letters, not like Mina Namach and stuff like that. We use letters, say zone A. So if zone A does have 50 houses, for instance, so we are going to have 1A up to 50A properties in that particular section, which we call a zone in national addressing system. And thirdly, big buildings are supposed to be named. For instance, if you go to Lilongwe, we do have Kangombe. So buildings of that nature, of that size, are supposed to be named and clearly marked. And finally, we talk about the addresses now for an area. So all areas should have addresses. And what are we talking about when you say areas? So in national addressing system, when you talk about an area, we are looking at townships when it comes to towns, cities. So we are looking at townships like Masasa, I know Kuntunda Gogulishani, the affluent, you know. I can't remember the name, but I used to stay there when I was here in Mzuzu, but I can't remember the name. So those are areas we are talking about when it comes to cities. Away from the cities, Tikapitano Mid, we are talking about the TAs, the traditional authorities, the sub-TAs. Those are areas we are referring to. And those specific areas need to have their own addresses, which in our case is a postcode. Others will call it a zip code, area code. But here in Malawi, we are calling them post codes. So we have reserved areas as well, like in Dzalanyama and stuff like that. Those should have their own post codes. So those are 4 key issues that we need to look at when it comes to implementation of national addressing system in Malawi. Like I said, there are many processes that we do, but these are key for us to have a comprehensive addressing system. So, you agree with me that when it comes to a system, we are talking about different parts working together to achieve a single objective. Back to school, I remember we used to study respiratory system. And then kunalima components, the mouth, the nose, the lungs, trachea and stuff like that. So that's a system. So the fact that we are saying national addressing is a system, it means there are components that are working together to achieve one single objective, which is to provide you and I addresses. So we have 6 components of the national addressing system. The first component, addressing standards. As it stands now, when it comes to address, we're talking about post office boxes. So for instance, Mzuzu City Council, PO Box 1, Mzuzu. That's the standard that is there at the moment. But now with the introduction of the national addressing system, things will have to change. We are going to include some fields in our addresses. For instance, the road names I was talking about, the house numbers, and finally, the postcodes are supposed to be part of the address. So this is what we are talking about, addressing standards that are new, that will include new fields. So how do we achieve addressing standards? World over, we have a mother body that is responsible for postal issues. And this is Universal Postal Union. It was formed in 1874, one of the oldest institutions in the world, 1874. And its duty is to make policies for postal issues across the world. Headquartered in Bern, Switzerland. So the process is we make submissions to the UPU, and then they vet our submissions, and then they would give you certifications for you to have a new addressing standard that will conform to international standards. So, as Malawi, we do have it. They call it S42. So we made our submissions. They run through this. They run our submissions through their system, and then we passed and we got the certification. So as Malawi, we do have a certificate for our new addressing standards based on the national addressing system, which is recognized world over. And now again, another component is national postcode system. I spoke about it, but then later on, I'll go into detail on how we developed our postcodes and what it means to have them at the moment in Malawi. And thirdly, the other component is national address database. So during implementation of national addressing system, we collect data, different data. Landlords, tenants, coordinates, we collect, and then this data have to be inputted in our database, which is sitting at our premises, Macra. So away from that, we have another component, which is physical infrastructure. And when we talk about physical infrastructure in national addressing system, we are talking about zikwangwani. So zikwangwani is two types. We have one, zakunseu, road signage, and two, tirindi zikwangwani zapanyumba. So having named the street, people have to know, people have to associate names with the actual street. How do we do that? We need to have this road signage, you know, installed in their corresponding street, their corresponding road. Last but one, we have the GIS, which is a geographic information system. So this is to do with maps. We have experts responsible for this. You know, when before we start anything else, we have to look at the area that we are dealing with. We have to do the maps, and then this is the component that is, you know, responsible for all that. And finally, we are talking about public awareness and sensitization. People have to know about NAS. People have to accept. They will not accept until they know what it is, until they know the benefits associated with NAS. So those 6 components work together to achieve one objective, which is to provide an address to you and I. So you can see we do have unique components of the national addressing system that calls for different stakeholders to be responsible for implementation of such. As such, national addressing system is called a multi-stakeholder driven project, because we are dealing with a number of stakeholders from different institutions. So I gave examples, just a few of them, but we have so many institutions, so many stakeholders in implementing the national addressing system. So we have the OPC, the Office of President Cabinet, we have representatives from there, Ministry of Finance, Information and Digitalization is there, Lands is there, local government, Justice, NRB, NSO, city and district councils. That's, you have seen, you have heard for yourself. We do have some here from the district councils and from the city council. So we, MRA, Malawi Housing, somewhere here, Survey, you know, MPC, and utility companies, ESCOM and Water Board. So these are just some of the stakeholders that you're working with in implementing the national addressing system. So these people do have different backgrounds. The people we're working with from different institutions. So based on what they know, what we did was to come up with committees so that those people with specific knowledge, specific expertise, sit in different committees. So we do have 6 subcommittees responsible for those components that we just discussed. So remember, we have addressing standards and postcodes as our component. So responding to that, responsible for that is the addressing standards and postcode subcommittee. So we have a number of players in there, a number of stakeholders there, and they do have their own chairperson to lead in the process. So based on the expertise, that subcommittee is chaired by Malawi Post. A representative from Malawi Post Corporation is the chairperson of that subcommittee. And the committee ndio mwe imaona nizana kuti okay, the development of our new addressing standards in Makambazija, which the UPU gave us the certification S42. The guy who was in the forefront leading the process is from Malawi Post, who is the chair. Secondly, we spoke about physical infrastructure as a component, remember that. So we do have a subcommittee responsible for that. Because by the end of the day, we needed to have designs for such infrastructure and so on and so forth. So that as well has its own chairperson, and the chairperson at the moment is Blantyre City Council. A representative from Blantyre City Council is chairperson for that subcommittee. And now, thirdly, we do have GIS. GIS is responsible for mapping. And because of the extent of the work involved in mapping, that subcommittee does have two chairpersons, one from NSO and the other from Department of Survey. And then, fourthly, we have Public Awareness Subcommittee, responsible for now disseminating information regarding the national addressing system across the country. And it does have its own chairperson, and the chairperson is Makra. Our lady sitting over there, Wezi, is the chair for Public Awareness Subcommittee. And last but one, without resources, without financial resources, it is not possible for us to implement this national addressing system project in Malawi. So we have a subcommittee responsible for that, responsible for sourcing the funds and making sure that the funds are put into good use. And finally, we have the legal subcommittee. Malawi is not a lawless state. Now, in implementing the national addressing system, it was possible, without this subcommittee, it was possible because Situpanga understand other laws for the land. So we needed that subcommittee to guide us in implementing the national addressing system to ensure that we do not come into conflict with other laws of the land. So thus the legal subcommittee and is responsible for guiding us in implementing national addressing system and in making some rules and stuff like that. So we do have a chair, and at the moment, Blantyre City Council is the chair for this legal subcommittee. It is mainly made of lawyers from the city councils, from the Justice Ministry, and so on and so forth. And now we have to look at the governance. At the very bottom, we have the 6 subcommittees responsible for different components of the national addressing system. So that's how it is looking down there. And in total, we have 7 chairpersons because GIS and database does have 2 chairpersons. So in total, we do have 7 chairpersons. And those chairpersons will sit at that committee, technical committee, a total of 7. They make, rules there regarding how we proceed with the national addressing system, and then they share information regarding their own specific subcommittees. So they sit at that level. And then that technical committee will report to the steering committee. Steering committee, now these are big people, the CEOs, the PSs, and representatives from the Office of President Cabinet, and big guys from the Capitol Hill. They will sit there. So that's how the thing is structured. And now we have to look at the benefits of national addressing system. I'll not go into details, but I'll just tackle a few things on economic benefits. Number one, obviously, in terms of collection, the government will be able to collect more, because by the end of the day, each and every entity, especially those business people, will have their businesses, identified. They will be identifiable. So the cities, the district councils will be able to collect more. Business because they will have their own addresses, and we're going to have a database, and these people have access to the database, and they will be able to use the information available to them to collect on behalf of the government. Today we're talking about e-commerce. This is where you are home, comfortable, watching TV, and then you think about something to buy, and then you grab your phone, transact, and then you would like to have your item delivered at your doorstep. You don't want to go to a post office for collection. You would like to have it delivered at your doorstep. So the national addressing system will be an enabler when it comes to e-commerce. Away from that, social benefits. I spoke about how it will be helpful when it comes to emergency situations. So, number one, their effective response to emergency situations by fire, police, and ambulance services. So it's a lot. We are going to share this, and you'll be able to go through the benefits one by one. Now, remember, at the moment, we have PO Box 1, Mzuzu. So there's going to be this change. So we are going to include in our addressing standard the road name, the building name, the property number, area code, kapena postcode, kapena zip code, which is zone improvement plan. Mike wenanga the US ama use a zip code, but we use in here we are using the word post code. So that's the composition. The road name, building name, property number, area code, postcode, kapena kuti zip code. So this is where we are going. We are moving away from the PO Box 1 Mzuzu to a situation where we are going to include the road names, the building names, and the property number, and then finally the area code. We have spoken about postcodes again and again during this presentation, but then this is now the time that we have to explain more, to discuss more about the postcodes. What are they? In short, a postcode is an address for an area. And remember, Nabanga qualify in national addressing system, what do we refer to as an area? So I'm not going to do that again because I know you remember what we spoke about. In the world, we do have two different types of postcodes. One where we combine numbers and letters, and the other where we just do the numbers. In Malawi, however, we adopted a system where we use numbers. We don't include letters. So Malawi, is divided into 3 regions: the north, center, and the south. So in developing the postcodes for Malawi, we considered that as well. So the 6 numbers that you see there will represent different information. So that is a valid postcode you see over there. And that is a postcode for Masasa. So we do have 6 numbers over there representing different information. So number 1 is representing north, which is a region. So whenever you see a postcode for Malawi, the first letter that you see, the first number rather that you see will represent a region. And in Malawi, 1 will represent the north, 2 the center, and 3 the south. So we are in the north. That's why we do have a postcode that starts with a 1. So a 1 will represent the north. So the next 2 letters will represent, next 2 numbers rather, will represent a district or a city. In this case, where we are is part of the city. So 05 will represent a city. the last 3 digits will represent a specific area in that city. So 215 will now represent a specific location, which is Masasa. So that's how our postcodes were developed. And the postcodes were developed in 2019, were gazetted, and they are being used at the moment. I know there was a time we didn't have postcodes. Imafika and Hayodi, we needed to provide it, plus 265 or 00000, which is not valid. Reason being that we did not have our own postcodes. But from 2019, we have been having our postcodes developed by ourselves here in Malawi. So the first number is for the region, the next 2, district, Kapena City, the last specific, the last 3 digits now represent the specific area in that city or district. So there's always confusion between postcode and physical address. So we have to make this clear. I cannot use a postcode to locate you. I can't come to your house using a postcode. A postcode will only take me to Masasa, and Masasa is pretty big. For me to get to your place, you are in Masasa, correct. But to get to your place, I will have to use physical address, which is, in this case, street name and property number. So I'll use the postcode to get me to an area where you live, where you stay. But the moment I am in Masasa, I'll have to use the physical address to get to your specific home. So, the changes that have come with the implementation of national addressing system, with the introduction of national addressing system, when it comes to our addresses, there you have it. Without national addressing system, that's what we have. Daud Suleiman Makra, private bag 261, Blantyre. If you write a letter, if you send a parcel to him, he'll be able to receive that parcel. However, you may not be able to use that address to locate him. It's not possible. We are looking at now a new addressing system where we are including the house, the building name, which is Makra House there, property number, which is 9 there, and Samin Ama Road, which is the name of the road, and finally the postcode down there. So this is where we are moving to. We're moving away from the usage of private bag 261 to a situation where we are going to include more details to our addresses. So that's the desired changes that we are looking at in national addressing system. Now, even in Kubanja, Tigulawati, Umaka excitement and all that, people eat, dance, they drink. But then, over the course of Kubanja, so whatever we do, at some point in time, you need to encounter situations, and you have to deal with them. So likewise, in national addressing system, in implementing national addressing system, we're facing a number of challenges. And I just isolated 2 of them. We need to have a look. So number 1, which is so sticky, is finances. At the moment, Makrayo Kandome Upanga finance the implementation of national addressing system. But when you look at the people, when you look at the institutions that are going to benefit from national addressing system, countless of them. So we do have that, and because of that, now the pace, the speed at which we are implementing national addressing system, yakangatino yatani yatigirako. We are using what we are calling phased approach we're looking at the resources that we have. Like in this current financial year, we know we have so much resources, and then we have to determine extent of work in the current fiscal year. So that's number one challenge, and it's pretty big. And secondly, vandalism of infrastructure. You know, I don't understand. Tilindi zikwangwani zokongola bwino kuyika munsewu, maina, you know, all that, and people come and destroy them for no apparent reason at all. So we have had situations like you can see from there. That was ku Makata. We had installed the road signage today, and tomorrow it's not there. So this is what happened in Makata. Chitaikidwa apo maolage inakapezeka kundilande kunsika. You know, people saying kuti apange makasu and zikwanje and stuff like that. So we do have this challenge, and now this is a good forum for us maybe to, you know, to ask you now, you know, information share panova, we go back and, you know, preach to other people. In case we are there installing infrastructure, it is for their own good. Oftentimes people would say, forgetting it's our own resources. Fail. So we are having this challenge of vandalism. So how are we tackling the two issues now in terms of you know, reaction to the vandalism, reaction to lack of financial resources? So when it comes to financial resources, we do have mabungwe ngati UPU kometi matha kulemba ma proposal for support. So we did that, and we are still negotiating with other institutions. Especially, we would like to engage the banks. You know, the banks are going to benefit more from this, because remember, when you go to a bank, what they do, they would ask you to do bank sketch map and stuff. They would like to know where you stay, right? But it's not working, because by the end of the day, and stuff like that. With national addressing system, that will be the issue of the past. You have to just provide your physical address, and they will be able to verify from the database. So we want to engage them so much so that they can come in with their own resources, and then the implementation of national addressing system could in terms of vandalism, we have been moving from design to design, making sure people don't damage them. So we moved away from the usage of metal pours to concrete pours, still more, but then with Our Lady, emphasize on awareness, you know, through different means. Newspaper pullouts, radio stations, my live programs, my TV shows, road shows, and stuff like that, to make sure the people refrain from vandalism. So, like I said, we have been moving from design to design. Tinalindima metal pours, and then we decided to use my plastic pours, perforated, mkati mo kuika concrete, kutimina zikale useless to them, but still more, and then off they go. So it's about now awareness. People should just know it's for their own good. So in conclusion, we do have multiple beneficiaries from national addressing system. Pretty sure balibianganene kuti ineyo sindipanga benefit from national addressing system, because even as an individual where I am, if for the first time I have to go to her place, and then without national addressing system, I'll struggle. But having national addressing system in place, she'll only provide her physical address, and I'll be able to go to her place without much issues. So I'll benefit from there. So even a local man, regardless, will benefit from national addressing system. So national addressing system will just make our lives easier. I thank you so much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is Mr. Limbani Segani from MACRA. Could we give him another hand of applause for that very thorough explanation of the national addressing system. So like I said, we always have a Q&A session. So feel free just to raise your hand if you have a question or a comment. Remember, this workshop is about your interaction and your feedback. As we have seen from the presentation, MACRA have faced quite a lot of challenges. Maybe you have some suggestions on what can be improved. Maga pa vandalism bwenendesindo kumvesisa. Aigeza chitsulo anthu akuchola. Amangendi simenti akuchola be. Chabwino plastic zikuchola be. Maybe you have suggestions on this, so if you have a question, a comment, feel free to raise a hand. Doesn't have to be about vandalism. Yes, Riz?
I am going to ask a couple of questions, but the reason of having this here in Mzuzu, and I want to stress on behalf of MACRA and my dear friend Kondwani over there, is I have specially invited as part of Surveyors Institute, graduates and a very, very senior person. So please, we need feedback from you guys. We've already done this in Blantyre, we've done it in Zomba. They've given us an opportunity, the graduates, the guys at Mzuni here, the professionals here, please come forward with things. It's really, really important. Yeah, I'd rather you guys ask first. I do have a couple of questions or comments to make.
Just raise your hand and the mic will be brought to you if there's not already one in front of you. Because it's been raised as one of the issues. So first, please, your name and your question.
I'm Peter Mbisa. Mine is not really a question, but maybe a suggestion if it's doable on vandalism. I'm not so sure if maybe it's in line with the certification requirements, maybe the S42 certifications. But I know maybe in some countries where maybe they face something like this, maybe they've also attempted to, especially for the street signs, for the actual house numbers, that's possibly a personal attempt. Others who put however they want it in some cases, yeah. But for the street names, the road names, an attempt, I don't know if it's possible, an attempt could be made to also engage communities, maybe where you have gated communities that are extensive, where you see it, maybe dependent on the sort of the different maybe designs of the gates, but where you have, say, a proper wall. If I'm on the street heading to a junction, I see a fence and it's quite visible. Maybe some mortar put on the fence, like some plaster, with a standard design that everyone notices that that's a street name, so that it's already standing out. Assuming the owners of the property allow you to do so, maybe with time it sticks into people's heads, especially if the design is consistent, the sort of the colors used and all. I wanted to make that suggestion if it's viable, yeah.
I guess Limbani Kondwani Bennett, maybe you can share your thoughts on this one. Have you tried to engage private property owners to use their structures to put up your signs? Because it would discourage people from vandalizing. Akamao paguti, this is somebody else's property. So have you tried this? If we can give the microphone to Bennett, please.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I would like to assure you that that proposal you have put forward is under discussion. You remember when he was presenting, he said we have a subcommittee on physical infrastructure. and they have already looked at some designs on your proposal. So going forward, we're also going to consider exactly what you have said here. Additionally, what we have done is to make sure that we should have these road signs as part of a critical infrastructure for the country, because at present they are not part of critical infrastructure. So what happens when you classify it as a critical infrastructure is that when you are caught vandalizing, then you'll be taken to court and be imprisoned, just like if you are vandalizing ESCOM wires and whatever, because ESCOM poles and wires are part of a critical infrastructure for the country, while on us physical infrastructure were not yet classified as critical infrastructure for Malawi. But we are reviewing the Communications Act of 2016 to ensure that the NAS physical infrastructure is part of a critical infrastructure for Malawi, so that whoever is caught vandalizing then will be prosecuted. Additionally, we have intensified awareness. That's why Limban in his presentation kept on referring to WES as chairperson of the public awareness and sensitization. There are jingles that have been produced on vandalism, road shows that have been done across the country, especially in the northern region. We are in the north. We have a lady here from Rumpi, and I have heard someone from Katabe. They can confirm on what we have done on awareness, engaging the communities, especially on vandalism. So we'll continue engaging through various means. If we had time, we could have shown you the jingles that have been produced and will be aired on TVs and radios. They are nice ones, and if people listen to them, look at them continuously, I hope to help us to reduce vandalism on our physical infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Bennett. Anybody else with a question, a comment? Okay, we've got 2 hands here and another one from our esteemed colleague.
My name is Godfrey Nkata, retired land surveyor, but licensed surveyor. My question is on naming of roads. Have you taken into account or what's going to happen, political interference? I am saying this because of, remember, in Blantyre, Mdima Road used to be Mdima Road. Because of politics, somebody, ex-president, or of course ex-president, yeah, from another country was in the country, and then that road was changed to the name of the president incoming. Now, what I'm asking is, have you looked into political interference? Because you give a name today. Yes. 3 days, 4 days later, the politicians come, says, no, change this name to this name. And that has happened even here in the north, isn't it? Anyway, that's the question.
Thank you for that. I think which one of our team members from Macra would like to tackle this one? Limbani in the back is ready.
Thank you, Godfrey, for your question. In the first place, we have to understand that change is inevitable. Things will never be the same forever. Things will have to change. However, when it comes to street naming, there are specific roads that are under roads authority, and those are not being championed when it comes to naming by the city councils. So M1, M5, the road you are talking about is under roads authority. So the roads authority will have the responsibility in changing the names and whatnot. But here we're talking about the roads under which the councils are responsible for. So that's why we engage community members in naming the street. They are not responsible for the M1s, the M5, and whatnot. Thank you so much, George.
Mr. Godfrey, has that answered your question? We had two hands on the left. Oh, yes,
Yeah,
Mr.
maybe
Kachega?
just to add on to what Limbani has just responded. We have guidelines in terms of how street names are given. And one of the critical guidelines that we emphasize is to avoid giving names of people to streets. So even at council level where MACRA champions this, we don't, as MACRA, give the names to the roads. We leave this to the community members, led by whatever leadership that community has, directed by the council themselves. And the guidelines, there are principles in terms of how you can name roads, which we share with those people involved in that activity. And one of them is to avoid giving names, because we know that there can be political and other influences that can maybe lead to a change of a name within a short space of time. So that perhaps, adding on to what Limbani said, addresses what our senior ADA contributed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your question, sir?
My name is Lake Kabanga from Mzuzu University, but I also do valuations, and this is very interesting. So I will start by saying thank you, I think, for the presentation. In the wake of valuation of real property, I think one of the most important factors is location. Where is the property? That's very important. And I'm sure that with this, some of the challenges that have been faced in that will surely disappear, or they will come to be a minimal thing. Having said that, I have a few observations. The first one is that looking, I think, here in the room, in terms of representation, we are in Mzuzu City, and possibly I expected some senior guys from Mzuzu City Council to be here. So with that, I think the question is, what is the role of the local authorities in the national addressing system, as here in Mzuzu, etc.? This question is, I think, multifaceted, but one of the things you see that in Mzuzu City Council, other local authorities are responsible for planning issues in the cities and generally management of the city. So what is their key role in the national addressing system? Because I expected to have them here. The second question or comment is also the role of the local people. I think during the presentation by Limbani, he mentioned that the local people communities will take an effort or take part in terms of naming some of the roads or streets or whatever. But again, looking in here, I don't see the communities represented. Limbani mentioned Masasa, etc. Is there anyone from Masasa as a community in this? So again, what is the role of these people, the real grassroots communities in the national addressing system? Because if I look around here, it's a bit on the higher side. It's like we are leaving some of those stakeholders out. That's the second thing. Going on, in terms of unplanned areas, those called informal settlements like Masasa again, the presentation, I think, has mentioned that for those areas, they will be using zones like Zone A, B, etc. But again, during the same presentation, there was a mention that the communities will be responsible for naming, for example, the roads. Are the communities being involved in naming their own areas as Zone A, or they will have a chance to name this area as Kabanga area? Why using zones when people can choose the names in that area related to history or other issues? The other thing is that tiers and sub-tiers in rural areas, again, will be given codes or zones, etc. In addition to that, how low are we going in terms of the villages? Are they going to get postcodes or zones to be identifiable as well? Or if I'm coming from, let's say, Tiekapen in Blantyre, but Puri village is there, provision for a postcode or a code for the village, so that if I send something, it will go down to that village. Again, in terms of representation, during the presentation, the stakeholders mentioned, haven't seen much of tertiary education institutions, like the universities. Issues of GIS planning, etc., are being taught in the universities, and those are very critical in the national address system. So what is the role or the contribution of the universities here in Malawi in the national addressing system? Because I haven't heard much about that. Yes, I'm from the university, I'm here, but I don't know much about this. That's why I'm here also. So I would be interested to know much about that. Again, in general, issues of awareness, sensitization. It's good that the chairperson, chairlady, is here. How aware are Malawians about the national addressing system, the postcodes, etc.? I'm asking this because if I ask most of my friends here, do you know the postcode of the area you are staying in? Most people shake their heads, which means yes, some sensitization or awareness is being done, but is it effective? If not, what are the challenges? For example, if you are going to Masasa and ask the people, mukudziwa kuti kuli a new national addressing system, they may not know that. One of the challenges that I can point out is that the language that I'm using here discriminates some people. The laws, the policies, the way we do things, we are doing in English, but how many people read that? So I don't know if in your sensitization and awareness campaigns, you are using local languages so that even those who have never been into class 1 would have an idea of what you are doing. Okay? And that's, I think, part of localization. I think for now, those will be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Several questions there regarding representation of local government agencies. I believe we heard a few physical planners from the City Council here, and there are also questions to do with sensitization. Bennett, you touched on that. Maybe you can elaborate further on your efforts. Wezi is also here regarding the awareness aspect you asked for. So who would like to go first? And regarding invitation of representation in the room, Prince Machika from Real Estate Talk will take that one. So could we please have the microphone sent over to Mr. Machika? And then to the rest of the team.
Thank you so much for the questions. I'm not going to answer all the questions, but I will tackle the question where you mentioned why the local people are not here. Firstly, I need to mention that the whole reason we're having this engagement is for the professionals, the property valuers, the land surveyors, the estate agents, the physical planners, so that they should be able to integrate. They should know how they can use this national addressing system. How is it benefiting them? As you can see the theme, we are saying elevating real estate standards with national addressing system. So for this purpose, we are looking at people like you. Is it okay if I call you Dr. Kabanga, or you prefer Lucky Kabanga? Okay, fine. So it's being organized for people like you, and I'm happy that you can see that it's really important for us to know what this system is all about and how it can improve our profession. So I think on the other part, on the local people, I think Macra will be able to tackle that. But for us, Real Estate Talk, we wanted professionals in the real estate industry to understand how this system benefits them, how they can utilize it to enhance their work, to enhance their professionalism. That is why you're also seeing people from the banks, because as valuers, we have our clients from the banks. So basically, that's what we are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prince. Bennett?
Thank you very much. Just to prove to Lucky, he's saying we shouldn't be calling him doctor, but Lucky. Just to prove to Lucky, I will leave question 1 on the role of local authorities, 2 on the role of local people, and the issue of zoning to a representative from Mzuzu City Council, because we want to prove to the audience how we are engaging individuals or professionals from the city, municipal, and district councils on the implementation of NAS from the word go. So I will leave these questions just for him to give you the answers on how we involve councils, the local people, and how we are doing on zoning. Thank you.
On the involvement of, my name is Gracious Minder. I'm working with Mzuzu City Council. On the involvement of the locals, it's a primary issue that we deal with when it comes to NAS. The locals themselves, they have already identified people that work with us. And at most, when we meet with them, they look that they don't just bring up the ideas. They have already consulted with their fellow settlers on the issues before they even bring to us the names and even the other issues. Of course, there was one issue that was raised, which I was also raising a hand on the same. There was an issue of they did at one particular gathering state that the signages that we provide for the road signages, they were saying they are so susceptible to vandalism because sometimes people, they just want to test it. Is it strong? So I think the design that made makes it also susceptible to vandalism. On the other part, maybe let me ask my colleague to also add, and just for the sake that maybe you see that we all are involved in the same.
Thank you. My name is Tumisani Begani from Mzuzu State Council. I should add on the law on what city councils are doing. For example, what Mr. Limban was saying on the 6 subcommittees which the NAS project has. Or in each and every committee, there is a member from city council, from the 4 city councils, which we are talking of Zomba, Blantyre, Lilongwe, and Mzuzu. For each of the 6 subcommittees, there is a member, a representative from the city councils, which means that most of the decisions which are made for the project, all the city councils are involved. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Let me add that when we want to introduce NAS to a particular council, first we start with what is called a full council meeting, where we invite the DC, the senior people at that particular council, they invite the chiefs, the TAs, they invite the ward councillors, they invite the MPs, they invite interested groups. So we go and introduce NAS to such kind of an audience. And from there are also other stages where we want local people to be involved. For example, Limban has already talked about street naming, but also issues like physical infrastructure placement. When you want to erect the road signages, we also involve the local people. When we are collecting data under national addressing system, we also involve the local people. When we are doing physical verification, we also involve the local people. So there are various stages where we also involve the local people when we are implementing national addressing system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a very healthy way for us to begin with our first presentation for today to give us a good background. Mr. Kachiga?
Yeah, perhaps maybe before we move on, Bernard, perhaps we could explain the 422 platform that we are developing. I think it touches on awareness that Alake here was questioning.
Microphone, please.
Okay, he also talked about whether we have postcodes for villages. In his presentation, Limban said an area refers to a tier and sub-tier in a particular district council or a township in a city council. So we stopped at a particular sub-tier. When a village headman is promoted to a sub-tier, then at that moment in time, they are going to be assigned a postcode. Because we made it under our documentation that the postcodes should be reviewed every 5 years. So even now, the postcodes are undergoing review because they were gazetted in 2019. So 5 years, it was 2024, so we started the review. So all those village heads that were village heads in 2019 but have been promoted to sub-tiers will be part of the code. On awareness again, for you to know your postcodes, if you have a TNM number, just dial *422#. You'll be able to know your postcode number, and we're also going to develop that on Airtel platform just shortly. But on TNM, it's working, so you can check *422#. You'll be able to know your postcode, or just go to www.macra.mw. You'll find a whole list of all the postcodes for Malawi from Nsanje to Chitipa, for all the townships and all the tiers and sub-tiers. Thank you.
Prince, final comments?
Okay, when Nilage was asking the questions, there was another important point which he raised, which I think Bernard or maybe Mr. Kachika, you have to, before we go to the break, maybe you have to highlight on it. He mentioned the involvement of the academic institutions in this national addressing system. So I think that is a very important question, considering that these are the people who mold these professionals, and as students, they have ideas, they are burning with passion to contribute, so we can also maybe harness from that desire from the academic background. Thank you.
I see Mr. Kachiga ready to answer this one.
Yeah, I think we have taken note of that, but their presence, even in this very meeting, talks to our willingness to engage various sectors of our society, including indeed the academia. So, yeah, we've taken note moving forward because NAS, as you have seen, has got various committees which needs expertise. And these committees are not static committees. From time to time, they are reviewed. Based on the NAS charter, they are reviewed on a continuous basis, and relevant committees are incorporated into relevant professions, rather, are incorporated in relevant committees. So we've taken note, and you will address that, yeah.
Maybe further to that, if you're from a university, please raise your hand. If you're a student, I saw quite a fair bit who introduced themselves. I'm looking at you, actually. Raise your hands. Yeah, we've got a fair number. All right, it's good to see you. So now that we know why we're here, why we're gathering here as professionals in the real estate and physical planning, not to mention surveyors and evaluators space, I believe our next presentations are going to be fruitful, and I look forward to your feedback. But for now, let's take a short tea break, gather for a picture, group photo. As always, I don't know if it will be possible to take it outside with the weather, but the team, okay, we'll take it right here in front. So if we can take our group photo nice and quickly, and then we go have our tea, collect our tea, and come back into this esteemed hall to continue with our next presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, at your leisure. If we can just come to the front really quickly for the photo. We're arranging some chairs in the front. just before we head to tea. Just a quick photo to commemorate this historical day. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could return to the main hall so we can continue with our presentations. If you haven't finished your tea yet, feel free to bring it with you, but please may we return to the main hall so we can continue with our presentations. Our next presentation is regarding land surveying and GIS in NAS implementation by Jikondi Mpamba. So please may we join the rest of us, have our notebooks out for all of our questions, and we can continue. All right, welcome. Okay, welcome back from lunch, from break. I think Dakota Kwambiri. So let us proceed with our second presentation this morning. Once I leave the podium, if our team from real estate could please move this to the ground off the stage. Our presenters would actually like just to use the full stage for presentation. So next up is Chikondi Mpamba, who is a land surveyor, and she will be taking us through the role of a surveyor and GIS in NAS implementation. As always, please make sure you're taking notes and be ready to ask your questions. So please give a warm round of applause to the lovely Chikondi Mpamba.
Thank you so much, Nicole, for introducing me. As already mentioned, my name is Chikondi Mpamba. I'm a lecturer in engineering, surveying, and geodesy at Malawi University of Business and Applied Sciences. So I'll be presenting on the law of a surveyor and GIS in the implementation of national addressing system. If you can properly recall what Mr. Kondwani said about national addressing system, he said most of the time throughout the presentation, he said about location, 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 location. So I want to explain about the law of a surveyor now, because we are dealing with a location here. So if we are talking about location, that means the system requires accurate location so that you can be able to deliver your parcel. You can be able to know where the person you want to deliver or to meet, where he is or she is located. So as a surveyor, one of our vital role in national addressing system is, can you go next slide? One of our vital role in national addressing system is to provide precise geographical data and defining property boundaries, which are fundamental to the accuracy and reliability of national addressing system. So before I proceed to the laws of surveyor in the national addressing system, I would like you to watch this video. Thank you so much. So in that video, you could appreciate that there were equipment like total station, GPS, you saw drones there, and you saw a computer. That means the data that was being collected was processed in the computer. So as the law of surveyor, the first thing, of course, I'll be able to connect to the video that you saw. The first thing, can you go to the next slide? The first thing is to establish reference framework. So what is the reference framework? In this case, we are talking about control points. So we cannot provide a location, an address location, without referring it to a certain set of known points. So as a surveyor, we have to provide a reference points. In this case, these reference points will be used for accurate mapping. If you can remember the introduction of NAS, he mentioned to say mapping, mapping. And I think it was on 5th component of national addressing system, he mentioned about geographical information systems. So surveyors also deals with that. So if we are to provide a location on a particular, let's say here it's Masasa. So a location for this place, we can't just say it's 0.5 without referring it to a certain known point. So those known points are the ones that we utilize even in the national addressing system. So the purpose is to provide accurate mapping, but also to provide used for geo-referencing of the addressing points. So I think a good example that he provided says that, for example, maybe the city council will provide maps. So those maps, some of the maps are already georeferenced, but other maps are not georeferenced. So the established reference framework that is provided by surveyor is used to georeference the map so that you can get real-world coordinate. And in that case, that means you are having a precise one, a precise point for the location, for the address location. And also it ensures a nationwide consistency. For example, if we are using, maybe in Blanta, if you're just using geodetic control points, but when you come here in Mzuzu, we are just using maybe secondary or tertiary points that are different from the ones in Blanta. That means at the end of the national addressing system, we want to have an app. If you are using different control points for georeferencing in terms of accuracy, that means even the output of the work will not be consistency. That means in other areas, they'll have what? They'll have challenges in identifying the location. So the second law of a surveyor in national addressing system is to collect geospatial data. So what the geospatial data, as I shown you, using the total station and using the drone. You know, drone, that means we are capturing the data in the space and getting whether the map, the satellite image that we want. So the surveyors are critical in providing such information. The previous presenter mentioned about coordinates. Surveyors will provide coordinates. You talked about the database, and you talked about that the subcommittee is being headed by someone from a surveyor's journal and someone from National Statistic Office. That means the database, it can have the information concerning that particular person in that location. But also, it needs the location so that you can be able to identify the person. So in terms of this, the location, that means it will still have the coordinate, and that coordinate is provided by what? It's provided by surveyors. So in terms of data collection, and I think other part about data collection, in this case maybe Mzuzu, the district council can provide the maps. That's another data collection that is required. In this case, let's get an example. I'm not familiar with Mzuzu, but maybe outskirts of Mzuzu city, if they want to go there and maybe to identify, remember, because national addressing system, they only give a location where there's a what? A structure. I think we had that discussion in Blanta as well, that they will provide a location where there's a structure. So if we are talking of informal settlements or outskirts where buildings are not close by, you cannot just leave your office and say we want to go and address a certain area. That means you need the map provided by surveyor so that you can be able to know if I go to area B, the houses are in this order. So without the map, in this case, for example, satellite image where it shows different houses, then you'll be able to say, okay, when I go to area B, I'll find house to my left, I'll find house to my right. That means it will also help in planning. So surveyors provide such map, in this case, satellite image that will help to guide in terms of field work, in terms of going to place the plot numbers or house numbers. Another law of a surveyor, can you go back? We have integration with GIS, the fifth component, Geographical Information System. So why do we need GIS? GIS is required. This is also done by survey. You have collected your data. In this case, that means you have the data for, let's say, the coordinates of here, let's say Mzuzu, Sunbird. That means you have the coordinates. And according to the the postcode, you have the actual postcode. Remember, they said in Mzuzu, that means you're being represented by one. The second, it has to be the district and the area, the other digits. So you have that data. That means that data, it's only the postcode of that location. But that means you need to merge that data to link these two. The postcode, the building that is there, that means it has the postcode and the plot number. You need to link it to a coordinate of that location so that the output, the actual app, you can be able now to navigate. Because we are talking about, you are going to have it on your what? On your phone, or whether it's a computer as a host. So if you had to navigate through to say, I want to go to Sunbird Mzuzu, and postcode is this, then using the GIS expert will be able to merge the postcode together with the coordinate of that location, and so that for you end users, you should be able to navigate towards that. I hope there are a lot of people that they have ever used Google Maps here. I think when we are coming here, we also used Google Maps because we are not familiar. So we're able to use Google Maps. That means, for example, in this case, just remember how you have used the Google Map. It will be the same thing. That means you have what? You have your postcode and the coordinate provided by surveyor. Now the GIS expert, they are linking these two so that you as end users, you can be able to navigate, being able to deliver the parcel and everything else. So the information as well is being provided by the surveyor, the coordinates. So the last part, it has to deal with the quality control and validation. In surveying, we cannot run away from errors. There are always errors to measurement. There are always errors in map production, map processing. So as the surveyors, before even providing this, we have to check our data. We have to verify whether the data that we are providing to the development of national addressing system is accurate. So the validation is required. He also mentioned when Kondwan was presenting about national addressing system, he said after some time that means it will be reviewed. We also agree, those who are especially in the field of surveying, they also agree with me that the positioning of your address point, let's say to say in Mzuzu, if you get the coordinates today that it's 5, over time it will no longer be 5. You give it a period of 5 years or 6 years or 10 years from now, it will no longer be 5. It will change on the same point. Why? Because there are a lot of things that are happening on Earth that are making the value for that point to change. So as a surveyors also, we are required also to update the system. So in terms of control, in terms of quality, we have also to update, the system has to be updated in terms of control so that the end users should not, maybe in 5 years, they'll be able to use to say, okay, I've probably gone to Mzuzu Sunbird, but in coming 10 years, then like, no, it's no longer the actual location. Maybe I've missed it with some figures in terms of meters. So as surveyors, we are still also required in the process maintaining control, even updating the actual system. So this is just a picture of the satellite image. I think I already mentioned in the previous presenter also mentioned about mapping that we need to provide, in this case, the easiest is a satellite image. You download a satellite image, you give it, then you can use it for proper planning. You can use it, he mentioned about numbering. I think to the left, to the right, odd numbers and even numbers. So you can do it on your desk, properly planning to say this area, the outlook is like this, then I think we'll plan like this, and you try. So all information of that is coming from the surveyor. So there are challenges with our profession in the implementation of the national addressing system. Sometimes you find inconsistency of the data and also sometimes outdated land records. You mentioned in Blantyre also that the MACRA is working with different district councils in implementing of this. So you find that in different district councils, they have different equipment. They don't all have the same resources. So in such cases, you find that maybe they'll be provided with sometimes maybe the information is not consistent throughout the whole of Malawi. So, some of that may be the challenges as well. Lack of standardized addressing format in some regions. So if you're working with a surveyor that you have a satellite image that maybe you have designed to say, okay, we'll work like this, we'll put the numbers like this, you find that in most cases, you go in rural areas, the addressing system is no longer the same in urban areas because of how the structures are built or how the structures are positioned. Resistance from local community to new addressing system, those are some of the challenges as well. Need for continuous technology upgrade and training, I already mentioned about the technology. Technology is always changing. A simple example that everyone can understand, it's the phone. Over time, you upgrade your phone. So if maybe in case of Malawi, if we are late at adopting the technology, that means it will still have an impact on our national addressing system. So now, apart from that, I've mentioned the laws of a surveyor in the implementation of national addressing system. Us as surveyors also, we can definitely benefit from this national addressing system. So there are several benefits that surveyors can get from the national addressing system. So I've just put in only three, and I'll be able to give with proper examples, especially what I've faced myself as a surveyor. So the first one, it's improved access to reliable spatial data. We are talking that you have the position, you have the location address. So how can the location address help us as surveyors? That means we are talking of app. The information you have on app, that means you can be able to see that. So those who are surveyors, they can appreciate with me. As a surveyor, if you have been assigned work to do, that means you are supposed to do office reconnaissance and field reconnaissance. So the first thing is office reconnaissance. So you are faced by a client that I have a plot, maybe they will not even mention about the code, or maybe they can give you a code. So you want to do a survey, let's say in Masasa, then if you are provided with the address location for that plot that you want to work with, that means it will be, as a surveyor, you'll be able to do your office reconnaissance very easy. That means you'll be able to know the moment you have seen one from the start of the postal code, that means you're going to know, okay, I think I'm going to Mzuzu. And I have to plan properly. And I think you'll be able to charge accordingly, because if you are a surveyor in Blantyre, that means if you see the postal code as one, you should say, okay, I think it's in Mzuzu, in this area. Maybe you can be able even to check even the terrain. You can be able to check even access load to say, I think when we are going to this type of field work, we need this type of cars. So it will help a lot in the actual work of a surveyor. Another good example, also currently, the Malawi government is implementing Customary Land Act 2016. So I remember, I think it was in 2023, with the current surveyor general, we went to Nkota for, I think it was in TA, I've forgotten the actual TA, but we went to Nkota to appreciate the work. Then they were piloting the Customary Land Act 2016 in Nkota. So we went to Nkota and we went to several offices. I think it was in the actual rural area. We went to several offices, and one of the offices that we went in, it was a GIS office. So the GIS officer was able to show us the actual work that and he was able also to point out to say there are other areas that we were not able to find the owners. So when I sat down yesterday, I was like, I think that presentation could have been easier with the postal codes to say we are remaining with these areas, and being able to know the TA with just the postal code, then they can be able to say, okay, I think we are remaining with areas in this and this, but from that mobile just saying, okay, we are remaining with this. But I think it could have been easier to describe with the postal code. But I think also it would be very important in the implementation of Customary Land Act, because when they set out for field work, usually they have the tabs where they get information concerning that particular person. For example, if you go to a certain local area, you get to visit different villages and you record. In cases where you haven't found the owner of that lot, most of the time they have to go back and redo the actual work. So having the GIS, having the map, having the postal code, then they will be able to trace to say, I think we are remaining with this area, we are remaining with this area, and that will also help in planning of finishing the actual work that is remaining with. So I think the national addressing system will be very instrumental even to the implementation of the current Customary Land Act in so many ways. The second importance of the national address system to surveyors is it will streamline field operation. Surveyors will agree with me. As I've already mentioned, our work, we work from a known point to go to the other unknown point. So when you're working with GPS, you are supposed to put your base on a known point. And if you are maybe in Lilongwe, but you're a surveyor based in Mzuzu, if you don't know the known point in Lilongwe to the parcel that you are working with, that means you have to search, how can I get there? But if you have also a surveyor in Lilongwe and you're coming from Mzuzu, you can just ask to say, okay, I'm looking at benchmark or reference mark number this. Then the other one, it will be easier to describe, to say, oh, it's within this location. Then they'll give you the postcode, maybe for plot 1 and plot B, or the street name within where the reference mark is. Then it will make our life easier, other than most of the times when we go out for field work, we usually have to search the reference mark, and sometimes you find that it has been destroyed. But if you know that you have been given with the right information, you'll be able to easily get to that and be able to execute your work without those challenges. The last one, it's the national addressing system has given surveyors a platform now, a base, a foundation to integrate it with cadastral systems. A good example I've provided, it's a case of Rwanda. Rwanda is a leading example in Africa where they have now integrated the cadastral survey with the national addressing system. I think South Africa has done also, Nigeria part of it, and other countries are where Uganda, I think Uganda, they are on the same stage with us, Malawi. So, for example, in Rwanda, they have implemented this. They have now combined, integrated national addressing system and the cadastral systems. I don't know, maybe we don't have people from I think land information management system. I know they are scanning the maps and everything. So I think maybe no longer be able to find such people that are working on that project, and maybe they can be able to give us an overview of what they are planning to use to utilize national addressing system for. But in Rwanda, they have now made the national addressing system, the postal code, together with cadastral information, so that it should be easy for surveyors to identify plots when they want to go out and do their work. So those are some of the examples of the importance of national addressing system to surveyors. So in conclusion, I will say that land surveyors are fundamental, as you have already mentioned the law of a surveyor. The land surveyors are fundamental to successful implementation of national addressing system. And their expertise in mapping, we cannot run away from mapping because we have to provide the map. Expertise in geospatial data management, we are talking of database where we have to now to link the postal code and together with the coordinates. And the legal compliances, that means we will ensure that we have a accessible, efficient, and reliable national addressing system. And in that line, with the presence of NASA, now that we have national addressing system, surveyors now, as I've already pointed out, the importance of a NASA to surveyors, now the surveyors will be able to do their work effectively and precisely. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you for that, Chikondi, and that was very thorough, I should say. Can we please give her a round of applause as she gave us the highlights, and not just the highlights really, an in-depth analysis of GIS in NASA implementation. So, do you have any questions? Please raise your hand. Questions, comments, feedback. If you're a student in the field, feel free to raise a hand and she'll be happy to answer. Is that a hand, sir? Are there things that you wish she had explained more? I know I usually get confused when she says cadastral systems. It really knocked my head around last time. No? Okay, keep them cooking. We'll have another Q&A session and we'll reference back to this, but in the interest of time, I'll invite Prince Machika, who is a certified real estate practitioner, to tell us about elevating real estate standards through the national address system. So please give a warm welcome to Mr. Prince Machika from Real Estate Talk Malawi.
Good morning, everyone. As she has said, my name is Prince Machika, a certified real estate professional. Let me begin by asking you a question, all of you. Are we happy when things are changing? Just maybe one person to answer that question. When we see things changing, are we excited about change? Okay, fine. I like that one. Positive change. So this national addressing system, for us real estate professionals, it is a positive change. It's a shift in the right direction. So my presentation, I'm looking at elevating real estate standards through the national addressing system. As our previous presenters have been saying, the national addressing system is about locations. From the explanations from Limbani and the other presenters, what I've gathered is that it is about being exact with locations. Where is a house located? Where is a property located? Now, for us real estate professionals, location is a very key issue when we talk of identifying properties, when you talk of property valuations. That is why the national addressing system is a real estate issue. Real estate revolves around location, as others have already said. Location is the foundation of our profession. For instance, estate agents, they need to know where a house is located for them to sell it. Property valuers, my elder Riz, Lake, they know that when you want to do a property valuation, you need to know where the house is located, where the building is. The first thing is to ask where is the property located. Surveyors and planners, they also rely on locations, just as my dear sister Chikondi has already said. She gave a very good presentation on that. So in general, the national addressing system provides us with an official structured system to map and organize property locations. We are collecting data about locations. Now, that data, as professionals in the real estate industry, as valuers, as estate agents, as physical planners, as land surveyors, how do we utilize that data of locations? By knowing where a property is located. As professionals, how are we able to use that information to our advantage? Can you go to the next slide? Now, if we look at all these issues, the national addressing system is giving us a consolidated approach in how we use locations, because you see that each professional has a specific use for that data which we are collecting. MACRA is collecting of locations. Data is centralized for easy access. If we have addresses for instance, let's say an area like Chimariro, we have addresses for all the properties.
it means we have centralized data which we can use. This centralization will reduce costs and time in due diligence. As a real estate professional, I will give you one issue. We have heard that people have lost properties. Estate agents have taken people to 3 properties, different properties, and then the person does not have what they are looking for. For instance, let's say you want a house in Chimariro. He sends you a picture, this is the house. You go there, you see that that house doesn't suit your needs. You went there, you used your fuel, you used your time. But with this system, it means you'll be able to check before going there. You can make a decision that, no, I'm not interested with this property, instead of just moving around. So for the clients and for the agents, it is reducing the time taken and the cost. It also enhances professionalism, trust, and transparency. The example I've just given you, if an agent is taking a client to a property which he knows that doesn't suit their needs, I don't think that's professionalism. And if you remove professionalism in a professional, it means everything now has gone wrong. It also supports informed decisions across institutions and professionals. We have our colleagues from the banks. They rely on property evaluations. When they're giving loans, they want a collateral. The bank will not give you a loan if you don't have a collateral. And real estate is one of the best collateral which they ask for. Now, if we have the national addressing system, everyone is able to utilize it. Even the banks will have data. They can cross-check that, okay, this property that we are getting as collateral, whenever they are making their decisions, it's easier for them because they can actually see where the property is located in terms of the addresses. As highlighted, you see that everyone of us has seen that the national addressing system is really important in our profession. For that reason, there is need for a collaboration in terms of the institutions. How do we collaborate to make sure that this system is not just a piece of legislation, it's not just a piece of, it's not about speeches, but it should actually benefit us. So for the success of this national addressing system across all sectors, there is need for collaboration in terms of the estate agents, the valuers, surveyors, physical planners, and including the banks who use our services. You will see that a unified approach ensures accurate data, improved planning, and efficient service delivery. Chikondi mentioned something to do with the land information system. Of course, I'm not here to talk about that, but I have an idea that it's also a system which is going to have a central data storage. Now, if the land information system is integrated with the national addressing system, you will see that institutions are working together. Instead of having institutions working in isolation, this national addressing system can be collaborated with other systems from other institutions to streamline our work. Now, as professionals, how do we integrate this national addressing system in our work? I've mentioned that we have property valuers here, estate agents, physical planners. How do we integrate this national addressing system into our work? You see that in terms of property identification, this system is key. Even documentation, and of course, verification. You see that this system gives us a better platform to make sure that our work and our practices are done in a professional way. We can use the national addressing system data in evaluations for agents, property listings, and for the planners. If we want to make our planning proposals, we can get data from the national addressing system. We can also train and educate clients on how they can benefit from the national addressing system. Now, I would want to ask, especially my colleagues from the private practice, like Riz, how do you integrate this system into your way? I don't want you to answer that question because you answer it in the next presentation. That's why you are here. Now, for us to make sure that we are working together, we have our clients who we work for. As professionals, we need to engage the public, even our clients, telling them how this national addressing system can help, because as I've already said, it needs collaboration. It's not a one-man show. It needs collaboration so that we can come together and share the ideas, how we can move forward. That is why you are seeing us together here, trying to bring that awareness, trying to collaborate, so that whatever we discuss, we move forward. Go to the next slide. Now, for us to do this, there are obviously challenges and opportunities. I will start with the challenges. The first one is that there are high initial implementation and training costs. As we have already said, we've been moving from Blantyre, we've been moving to Zomba, and now we are in Mzuzu. If you look at it, all those things are costs. So that's one of the challenges. Limited public awareness, as someone already highlighted. Institutional resistance to change. That is why I was asking the question, are we excited when we hear of change? Whenever there is a positive change, we are excited, but for us to understand that this change is really positive, that's also another work to do. To convince people that we are changing in the right direction is also another issue. The last point is on the data privacy and security concerns. I remember there was someone who asked that question regarding how safe the data is. If we put all that data in one place, is it safe? Burnett gave a very good explanation on that, and I believe he's going to do the same here. What opportunities do we have as professionals? You see that this national addressing system is giving us an improved efficiency and service delivery. It will also create trust and credibility for professionals. It will also prevent fraud. I remember in Blantyre, my colleague Sam said it will eliminate fraud, and he came back to that point. He said, no, it will not eliminate, it will just reduce. Can you go to the next slide? Now, these are my final thoughts. I would like to urge all professionals. We do not only exist to make money, buy cars, and look flashy with the money we are making from the services we are giving. We have a purpose to make sure that we change our profession in a positive way. The national addressing system is not just a technical system, it is a strategic solution. I'm sure you've heard stories of people, an agent selling one house to 4 people, all those issues. Because of the weaknesses that we have in our practice, other people tend to take advantage of that. So issues of trust are eliminated. You see that a very professional agent, people are calling them, my agent is something like that. My agent is, but you see, you are a professional. But because someone did that, they've generalized. So this national addressing system, it will help us as professionals to have that trust and credibility. By adopting the national addressing system, we are future-proof in our profession. You know, the world is changing. Most of the things are done digitally. Do we need to stick to the old ways of doing things? Do we need the same way of identifying properties? Someone tells you, I have a house for sale in Chimariro. You want to get there, and now they start giving you a map. turn left, turn right, mufika pa mtengo wa mango, kena kumukhota mupeza amayi akugulisa tomato, paseri pake papali pamayima amisala awiri, muaduse amenewo, kena kuseri komwafika. You see that's not a right way of doing things, and as professionals we cannot continue like that. We need to move with times, we need to improve our profession. This is the only profession we have, and we need to come together, share ideas, so that whatever we are doing, one day our grandsons, our granddaughters should be proud to say, you know, we had fathers who really thought of this profession, and we should be proud. Let us all embrace the national addressing system. By embracing, I'm not saying just listening to it, to what it is. You know, Barnett and Limbani, they give very good presentations on the national addressing system. It is like it's them who designed it, like it came with them, the way they explain, and it's nice to listen to them. But that's not all. What we need is, when we hear such things, let us squeeze our minds, let us come up with something in us should bend, that, okay, I've heard this information, but how can it now impact our profession? How can we use it to make sure that our profession is improved? In institutions, city council, district council, even private practicing individuals, let us try to adopt some of the ideas being implemented. I know we cannot just have it all at once, but at least we should try something. We should collaborate as professionals, just like we've done here, and we should thank Macro for bringing us together to mainstream this national addressing system. It needs collaboration. We should embrace it in our minds that NAS, the national addressing system, it is a tool to elevate standards and client services. Thank you so much for listening. I love that quote. It says, things that matter most must never be at the mercy of things which matter least. As professionals, yes, we are into business, making money, but at the end of the day, you see that we make the money, we do everything, but what matters most is our contribution to the profession, to the country. That's what people will talk about. People will not talk about how many cars you've left. No, they will say, Mr. Of course you don't want to be called Mr., so I'm looking for another name. People should say, Mr. Lake did this, had this idea, he shared it, everyone embraced it, and it has changed how we do things in Malawi. To me, I think that is what matters most. Thank you so much.
I couldn't agree more. So please give another round of applause to Mr. Prince Machika from Real Estate Talk Malawi. How many of us have had bad relationships or rather bad encounters with estate agents? So the rest of you have either had good encounters or you've just never encountered estate agents at all, huh? And that, I'm really hoping that this would mean that the profession will in fact improve, because you're right, as estate agents you have a very, very bad reputation. Do we have any questions for Mr. Machika? Yes.
It's not a question really, I just want, it's just a comment. Mr. Machika, you have labored on the point of how the real estate profession is going to benefit or is benefiting from the national addressing system. But you were short on how your profession is benefiting the national addressing system. So I just wanted you to clarify that. Maybe it was an oversight.
Can we have a microphone sent to Prince?
Sorry, could you kindly repeat the question?
All right. It's not a question, it's clarification. Maybe I didn't hear you right, but I wanted to know what your profession, or how your profession is benefiting the national addressing system, the process that has built the system.
Okay, as a property valuer, to me, the national addressing system is benefiting me. Because as I've highlighted in the presentations, for one to do a property evaluation, they require an element of knowing where the exact location of that property is. So with this system, that is making it easy for one to trace location of a property, it is benefiting me because it means the traditional ways of locating a property, which were somehow, they would take time and everything, it will be minimized, it will be reduced, it will be taken out. I think that was my point.
So his question, if I get it right, is if the relationship is symbiotic, how do you, as the real estate profession, benefit the system? What value are you bringing to the system?
Okay, on that one, okay, as a property valuer, I would stretch my mind to think of it, but the way I'm looking at it, of course, we were having this discussion with Mr. Kachika behind. When you go to other countries, you search a property using an address. You even see the value of that property. But issues of valuation, they are subjective, they are to do with a personal opinion. So I think on that one, because we have our elders here, because it will be good for them to maybe explore how the system how as valuers they can benefit from how the national addressing system can benefit from them. The good thing is we have them here. So I don't want to go deep in that discussion because, when your elders are there, you don't want to talk much.
Dr. Kabango, I see fingers being pointed towards you. Would you like to tackle this one? Yes. Chikondi, just after him, we'll go to you.
Sure, thanks, Prince. I think you might have Okay, I think generally what I would say is this. We as professionals in the real estate sector, there are so many of us. Good one is Chikondi was there as a surveyor. She's one of the professions in the real estate sector. She's dealing with land and all that, right? So the contribution of the surveyor, she has already explained, is to provide what? Data. For example, coordinate data. That's one of the contributions or the values that we can add to the system. Apart from that, estate agents, the sales that you do can also be loaded to this, or the land information system that I think she was mentioning about long. As valuers, we can also have information regarding values of different properties in different cities, etc., attached to the system. So that's our contribution. So basically, we can contribute different types of what? Data to the system. Thank you.
Okay, we have Mr. Limbani. So before you, Chikondi, and then we pass it over to Mr. Segan.
Thank you for giving me a chance. As a surveyor, I know that in this room there are also other surveyors that they can contribute something that they feel the national addressing system will benefit in their work as well. Of course, I provided my experiences, but I would like maybe one of the surveyor also maybe to explain or to give examples or where they face challenges and they see that the national addressing system could easily help them to execute their work. So I wanted maybe a surveyor from this also maybe to give an example because it's a workshop we have to interact.
Mzuzu surveyors? Do we have anyone willing to take up the challenge? Yes, from the City Council. Or are you speaking independently as a surveyor?
I'll speak
just a little bit on surveying part and as well as on the estates part. I think we need to start considering utilization in the sense, as Lucky has said, that you know, it's sometimes it's not easy for people to check for comparables and such. So I feel that as Malawi, we mostly lack data sources. We don't share data at most. So I feel that this is one of the opportunities that maybe there can be some platforms maybe created by valuers as well, where other upcoming valuers, as well as maybe the ones that are already there, can find these particular informations. And these particular informations can be easily traced. Where is this particular property where are these particular properties with these particular values located at? So I think this will really benefit. So I think we need to start looking into those, as well as for surveyors. When you're given a particular job, for us, it's not easy, especially when it's in a remote area or in a place where not much surveys have been done, or even if it's in a crowded area. It's not easy sometimes to note where you're going to get your controls, where you're going to start from, where what survey was done. For you to do that office reconnaissance, it would be more easier to utilize the same in creation of platforms as well. With respect to NAS, that maybe other surveyors, when they're coming to collect or do their surveys, they can refer from the same, and life will be made easier. Much as I think the service department is also working on the same to create a platform where you could just use your lover, and you can easily, without necessarily having a base somewhere, that maybe you'll be able to access. But that part, I think, is not yet implemented, and I don't know when that will be implemented. But as for now, this is a platform that we already have that maybe we can utilize.
Okay. We've also got students from the Mzuzu University. How are you going to be adding value to the system? Maybe let's also put this to you. I'm going to put you on the spot. We have level 4, level 5, level 3 students in the room. Because you are part of the real estate space. You are part of this entire conversation. How are you going to be adding value? Thank you, Professor Luca, for that question, by the way. It's a very thought-provoking one. Who wants to take it?
All right, coming to the way how we can add value to this system, I can think of something to do with the property transactions. For example, say I own the property in Katoto. So the property now has been, I've sold it to someone else. Then the system should be able to update the details of that property. Say, first, this property belongs to Victor, and now the current owner is Mr. X. So with this, it will be able to help the people to know the exact location together with the current owner of that property. So I think that can be the way I can contribute in this way.
Thank you so much, Victor. Anyone else wants to share or contribute to this particular conversation? Yes, yes. Sorry, please use the mic so the rest of the room can also hear you.
Thank you. I'm saying the question is interesting, and you said, thank you, Luca, for asking that. So I'm saying, Luca is a physical planner. He's part of the real estate sector, right? So can we throw back the question to him? What is he going to contribute as a planner? Thank you.
A good point. Yes, Mr. Segani, and then Professor Luca, you will have to answer your own question.
All right. Now, as MACRA, you know, we have sponsored this, right? Yeah, so we have our own expectations. And we talk about data. So my friend from Mzuzu City Council has spoken about it. I'm not going to repeat it. But we do have planners in here, surveyors. So we are in trouble assigning numbers to certain, patterns of development in our country. So our expectation is that our planners should do better moving forward. So much so that implementing national addressing system is no longer a nightmare. So you look at areas like, excuse me, Ntandire, Zorozoro in here. Total chaos. It's pretty tough for us to implement the national addressing system. However, we have a way of doing that, but it's not easy. So from the planners, from the surveyors, we expect that we do have a proper planning for our cities moving forward, so much so that implementation of national addressing system is easier. Thank you.
Good point. And, okay, Mr.
Nicole,
Gachiga?
before Mr. Luka comes in, perhaps I could bail out my colleague Machika also on contribution from the real, my agent, Tite. Adoption of the physical infrastructure across the property owners. I think it's an area where we could be looking at the estate agents to help because, as you would appreciate, installing house number plates across Malawi is a costly exercise, and MACRA cannot do it. What we expect is that within the cities, within the towns, it's the property owners that will take on that mantle to install their house numbers on their properties. So as estate agents, you could help in terms of upscaling the adoption of physical infrastructure, telling your clients, please, for your property to sell or for your property to be identified, here's your number, you liaise with us as MACRA, we give you, you know your street name, we give you a property number, then you install a signage according to standards in front of your gate. So adoption, I think, is one area where we are hoping that you guys are moving from here, you can help us promote.
That's a brilliant contribution. And, sir?
Thank you very much, my colleague, Dr. Kabanga, for putting me on the spotlight. The reason why I set the ball rolling on this aspect was deliberate. As land surveyors, physical planners, estate managers, we all have a role to contribute to what I might call the perfecting of the national addressing system. Because at the end of the day, we need it integrated in our various professional expertise areas so that it works seamlessly, but also the professionals add value to it. So from the perspective of a physical planner, drawing from experience elsewhere, the contribution that the physical planning profession would make to the system is the integration of the system in the decision-making processes. As I said at the beginning, this has been a central part of what we call development control in other jurisdictions. So I see a future where this is integrated with the information systems that help physical planners with decision making. And the call goes out there to MACRA to work closely with the urban authorities in Malawi, the physical planning profession in Malawi, to see how this could be best done for the benefit of Malawians. People have mentioned about the conundrum that we're facing with the informal settlements. That's a big problem. Physical planners are at the core of driving change to reduce informality. And I don't see how this could be better done than integrating with the professionals in that area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we give ourselves a round of applause for that scintillating conversation And with that being said, I have the honor of inviting Riz Omar, who is a veteran in the property valuation space, to give us his presentation on enhancing valuations with the National Address System. Please give him a warm welcome.
Is it Professor? Not yet. Okay. Well, excellent question. Really good. I've got. I think I'm going to cover part of your question. Hopefully. I thought we were going to go for lunch, but since we're not going for lunch, I think we need to do a bit of stretching. But we're going to do stretching in a professional manner. And I did this Monday in Blantyre, specifically to prove to MACRA, oh yeah, okay, just to let the MACRA seniority know that I took time to get a slide presentation so that there is some IT, or I'm from the old generation. This makes very little difference to me. I like to talk and integrate, but I learned a lot. And I will come back to this, but let me get through my first point. For those people that rent a home, please stand up. Those that rent a home, a house, a flat, please stand up. At this point I was trying to make on Monday is I was fighting that why is Surveyors Institute of Malawi not involved with the national address system from the beginning. And I think this point is now being labored, and I think we're now getting a positive response and the support from MACRA to be able to continue with this. Those people, please stay standing. It's good for the blood flow, you know, it stretches the knees. For those people that own a home, please stand up. Own a house or a home or a flat, please stand up. So there's still some people sitting, right? Those people who live in a family home, please stand up. So everybody here has got an allegiance to property. Everybody here. Whether any real estate, whether you're living with a family, whether you own your own home, you've invested in your home, or maybe you will inherit this home through the family structure. So this point was being made specifically to show that all of us, no matter if you're in education, you're in the city council, you're in the Blantyre Water Board, you're part of NAS, you're part of marketing, we all have something related. This property. You may sit down. You may sit down. So it drives the point of how important, coming back to partial question on what is real estate or what does valuers give to the national address system, I just proved it. I hope that helps part of the explanation. So, valuation, I'm here to discuss valuations. It's not an evaluation, it's a valuation. Evaluation is taking something, evaluating and giving a comment. A valuation is actually putting a value to a property, which is what some of us are certified for. Valuation is an opinion. All the professionals here, we can take one property, it's an opinion. However, there is a basic cost and a value. cost to put up the property per square meter, buy your Jenga, buy your bricks, cement, maybe import, maybe you import your bathrooms in, right? Because not everything is made in Malawi. We try to buy Malawian as best as we can. And then as a valuer, you look at various categories, cost replacement, you figure that into, which is a basic thing a lot of us valuers use starting out. But as you start growing in the field, location, coming back to the national address system, location becomes a major factor. You may look at return of investment on that valuation when you're actually producing your figures. I think you're going too fast. Yeah, I'll tell you when to change, yeah? So there's a whole criteria that comes together in putting a valuation. I was at the International Valuation Conference last year in Johannesburg. I've been going for 2 years now. And something that just never dawned on us as Malawian valuers is the international valuation standards. And I will expand on that a bit later. Can we go to slide 2, please? Okay, very basic. Can everybody see the picture on the right-hand side? Can everybody see? It's a very congested area. Very busy area, multiple dwellings. It's in Limbi, it's a place called Bangwe. And to get in and out of there, for me, is next to impossible. I get lost every time. But living there, people find their homes. People find a way. I was asked to go and do a valuation in that area. Oh my God. I had to park the car across the road, trudge along, get across the road with my measuring tools, ask the guy, where am I going? Yeah, turn right here. Whose house? Speak to the launda. Is this the person's house? Got to the house, knocked on the door. I said, I'm here, Rizwan Omar, Maple Leaf. We have to do a valuation. The person said, sorry, the owner is not here. The property was with the bank. They obviously didn't want me to come in to do the valuation because they were in financial trouble. But anyways, that's part of the business. It's part of the business. And as we can see, it took me 3 hours to find this property. I was determined to find it because I didn't want to go back into that area. Time is of essence. A national address system, yes, we certainly need it, but we can certainly help with it as well. Because 4 of the properties built around that house, after you do your due diligence, were illegally built. So 4 of the buildings were illegally built, right? And now everybody's trying to claim ownership on it. So you've got to go back to X, Y, Z and say, okay, who owns the property? Who do we take it to? So smaller townships as well, Malanji, Mangochi, Salima, Dedza, Kasungu. I was going to say Mzuzu is a small town, but driving in and then waking up this morning, this is a big city, eh? You guys have a lot of roads, a lot of access roads. So, yes, we need to work with it to assist us to give you, every one of you, a proper value, right? And I'm not saying my value is the best or the worst, but at least us professionals have got some basis to work with. Okay, slide 3, please. Now you can see that, right? Everybody can see that, right? All the Liverpool supporters, Arsenal supporters, Tottenham supporters. Yes, I know, we got beaten last night. I know. But we take it. You know, it's not our year, right? So there's a reason I put that Anybody think of why I put that there, that logo there, besides being a famous supporter and a lover of Man United? I'm going to test the brains of our schools and our professors and our educationists here. Has anybody heard of One Old Trafford Road? Anybody here? That's the home of Man United. Sorry, Professor. That's the home of Man United. It's an address. Yes, it is Old Trafford, the stadium, but it has a 1. Can we say the stadium in Lilongwe has got an address? Anybody? Who's from Lilongwe? Can we say that National Stadium in Lilongwe has it got an address? I don't think so. Right? So everything I'm giving you, I'm comparing to what we've got. And it makes it challenging in different ways. So if we decide to go global and decide to use Amazon to deliver our stocks, Amazon is configured with the GPS, with your phone. How I know this, I have no idea. I guess maybe my kids just figured all this out. And this little drone comes and drops the package on number 1 Stadium Road in Lilongwe, if it's got an address. If it doesn't, it's probably going to fall at somebody else's house and he'll keep that item, right? So that's where technology has got to. SW16. Come on, Mzuzu guys. You guys are very active in the world addresses. SW16. Anybody know where that is? Those people that were in Blantyre, don't say a word. SW16 is the home of the Wimbledon Tennis Championship. If I was to buy a property in London, and I say I'm going to buy a property at SW16, I better be ready with lots of money in my pocket. I better have a huge bank balance. And that's what we would like to assist the national address system with, is that there are areas. I'm not very familiar with Mzuzu, but I can see that there's values of property along the main road. You've got 5 or 6 different banks in a row, you've got the hotels. That's value to me. So if I am going to look for a property along the main road for a client of mine that wants to open up a 3 or 4 story structure with shops and offices, I better be prepared to pay good money. But does the national address system know it without us professionals? No, they won't. So that's where we can. The same thing, you go to Lilongwe, you get the key areas. You've got your area 10, your area 9. You've got area 3 or area 2, the wholesale area. Some of these areas demand, the land becomes very, very valuable. Are there any bankers here? Who are the bankers here? Ah, okay. I've got land. Can I have some money, please? Yes or no? No, no, no. Land. I've got land. Don't say depends. I've got land. Can I have some money, please? The answer is no, because there's no built-up area. But as a valuer, if I'm putting up a structure, it's worth, let's say, 100 million kwacha, my valuation is going to have the value of the land, and let's say 100 million kwacha, that's 200 million kwacha. But you say, for land, you're not going to give me money? Why? Comes back to the thing is, it's not just the built-up area, it's the confidence in having that land. Is that land actually valued at that? And that's what we need to convince the banks, the credit departments, the various people that are offering the credits, that look, land does cut value. However, I can drive 10 kilometers. How far is the lake from here? 20 kilometers? 50 kilometers? 50. So 50 kilometers here, I've got a lakeshore property. Yes, you're going to give me money for that. But right here on Mzuzu Highway, land, which is valuable, I'm not going to get any money. A farm, whether working or not, am I going to get money? Yes or no? Probably yes, because it's a farm. But but the land is still valuable. So these are the things we want to help the national address system with. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So as we can see, I'm sorry, I meant to, there's Kondwani stepped out. So one of the things that was addressed, that can we have this presentation that we're not just talking and relating and integrating, but what's on the board. So I went, I mean, it's amazing what AI can do. So I'm sitting with my son discussing it. He's visiting here from Scotland, and he came to the presentation Monday, and I said, you know, I've got to get this presentation. It's got to make it look nice, whatever. So he says, Dad, you know, you're so old. He says, hold on. Within 3 minutes, all he did, bang, 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 went onto this website, put in the national address system, how the national address system and real estate work. I promise you, that's exactly what he put in. And before I know it, bang, slide 1, slide 2, slide 3, slide 4, slide 5, all relating to what we discussed on Monday. Except certain cities were in Rwanda, and certain countries were closer to India and Northern Africa. But it's amazing what's out there, the tools that are out there. And we've got the tools. The national address system is bringing in, it's giving us tools. So now we, as valuers, as real estate brokers, we need to take those tools and start providing and creating a better, more conducive environment where people can get access on values of their property, protect their property. Where is the address system working? How it's functioning? Even in a place like Bangwe, where there's 10 homes on 1 acre of property, each one given an address. If it's legally done within the realms of the law, each one has got a value, it's got an address, it's got a numbering system. Whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1A, 1B, 1C, 10C, whatever it is, right? So again, coming back to this, so standardized addresses, improving navigation, access roads. So coming last night, and it was about 6:30. I was honored to be driven by my colleague Sam, and his new nickname is Michael Schumacher, because he didn't drive here, he flew here, and he thought I was sleeping, but no. Anyways, we get to a point on the highway, and all of a sudden now, Chikondi and Sam are having an argument. No, stay right. The other one saying, no, stay left. The highway is going that way. There was no signboard. There was no direction. And somewhere along the lines, sensibility came in. The lake is on, that's the way I do my geography. The lake is on the right-hand side, so we must stay right on the highway, right, to get into Mzuzu. Otherwise, I think we would have been up in Mazimba. Is that Mazimba is the next, right? So simple things like that. Getting here this morning, again, coming back to technology, we had Google Maps on to find where Sunbird is. There's only one major street in Mzuzu. Why do we need Google Maps to get to the Sunbird Hotel? But we got lost, because Google Maps took us to the other side of the wall that's at the back here. Because Vipya Avenue, Google Maps didn't read it correctly. So my question was, why doesn't Sunbird have a nice sign, a directional sign, at the main road to get to the hotel? Like Blantyre does or Lilongwe does. So maybe it's a suggestion for Sunbird Hotel, some of our organizers. So technology, yes, works, but you still need the reality on the ground. You still need to understand where you're going, what you're dealing with, right? We'll go to the next slide. Right, the power of real estate valuations. Now, for us to achieve this, right, the timing, the getting the valuation reports, right, we have a problem. And the national address system, I think, by supporting it and by hearing I didn't know what it was up till Monday last week. I'd heard about it for the postal codes, but I never understood the depth of it. We have a problem. City Council works on plot numbers. Lawyers, banks work on title numbers. ESCOM works on I don't know what. Blantyre Water Board works on meter numbers in sequence. And then we've got the real estate brokers and the valuers coming in trying to identify those properties. I go to the Blantyre City. I'm going to use Blantyre City as an example because I don't want to insult you. By the way, are you up for transferring to Blantyre? Because we need some, we face a bit of a communication gap there. It becomes very difficult. Bank sends you instructions. This is the title number. You're going the title. The title numbers are not sequential. The plot numbers depends when the plot numbers. Now, plot numbers and the title numbers don't marry. I have never understood that. 15 years doing real estate in Malawi, I've never understood that. Why are we not marrying? So we're hoping to work with the national address system is to merge the plot numbers, the title numbers, the address, applying the address to it, so that when you look up a property, these items, as the professionals, we would have access to a site that is for the professional to do the background diligence, who the owner is, the city rates amount, the values, whatever that go into it. Again, adding to your reply, that's where we want to be, to make it easier for all of us, including the surveyors. So, with that, if we are able to give the proper values and locations, it comes back to what was mentioned earlier: better taxation rates, easier to collect. City council is not going to be running around all over the place trying to collect money. You know exactly where you're going. I've had city rates delivered to an Omar in Blantyre, right? And he found, because he knows me, he says, I think I've got your city rates. So who loses out is the city council, because by the time it comes to me, I can say, well, I never got it. Legally, I haven't got it. And people use these type of excuses for whatever reason. Correct, Mr. City official? Yeah, right. Transactions and mortgage lending. It makes it easier. Banks can go in and say, okay, Mr. Omar owns property, plot number 405, title number 3/115, everything looks legit. Yes, let's work on the mortgage, right? And the massive Malawians, the mass population, they want to own their own homes. They want to have the right to have a property. How do we help them get there? Hence the reason, the push to have the banks here. We have to work together. It can't be just for the privileged few, and everybody else must just keep renting and living in houses that leak, that don't have proper roofing, all of this counts. We've got to work with each other. We've got to do it for the nation, right? Let's go to the next slide. This is basically part of the AI. Kondwani, you just stepped out, so I went in and put the relationship between NAS and real estate, and it gave me all this jargon. So I'm just trying to impress you with everything here, yeah? But can we go to the next slide, please? I think I'm taking enough time. Is that the next slide? Well, let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, I'm going to finish with this because I think I've spoken enough and lunch is on. Current directions, and it's been mentioned a few times. If everybody can't read, I'm going to read it. Turn right at the police barrier. Okay, everybody with me? I don't know where we are in Malawi, but turn right at the police barrier, yeah? Because there's a lot of police barriers, yeah? Left at the mango tree. I don't know which mango tree, but there's a mango tree there, okay? You guys with me? And this place is Pafupi. That's what the first guy says, Marwari Pafupi. Okay, so we're working on Pafupi here. Right at the Airtel vendor. Airtel vendors have become, we don't need signposts. Who was talking about signposts? Just put Airtel vendors wherever. Nobody's going to steal them. Instead of having road direction, just put an Airtel vendor with the sign above. Maybe that's our solution. And then Marawari Pafupi. Pafupi could mean 500 meters. I know I've been in a Pafupi situation where we traveled for about 15 kilometers. Okay? The picture on the right, I'm sad to say it's not very visible here. This was taken yesterday evening at sunset. And just to prove, I'm just going to go off stage. It's taken a lot of professional discussion. This word here, we were standing across the road. This is Kachibama. That was the only name on, there's about 10 shops this way, 10 shops this way. So we were having a good laugh across the road and saying, do you know, how would a valuer or a real estate broker identify a property in this area? Immediately Sam turned around, because we want to value this, there's a property back here. He says, just tell them it's behind Kachibama house. You'll find it. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Please can we give it up for Riz, who really put in the work technology-wise for his presentation, and I think gives us a really good idea of just how much work valuers actually do. If we do not have any questions, or if we do, please let's hold them. We will return to your questions to Riz and all the other property valuers who I believe we have in the room, and the banks who we take our valuations to right after lunch. I hope you have your coupons. I must also inform you there will be a survey that will be conducted once we come back. One of the Real Estate Talk team, I think Zite, is going to go around with a QR code for you to scan and share your feedback there if you were uncomfortable, or you're a social anxiety butterfly, or maybe you're just an introvert and you want to share your feedback through that avenue. That being said, let's break for lunch and we'll be back in an hour. Let's reconvene. Oh, if we can do it 30 minutes. Can we do 30 minutes? Do you think we can eat in 30 minutes? Yeah? Sure? Okay. Sam, 1:30 on the dot, you start presenting. Enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. To our guests who are still coming in from the lunch or the banqueting hall, mwende mwa changu, ende chemwaibeza likudziwa. Here's hoping that we retain all of our guests. What is the challenge? After lunch, half of the room disappears, no matter what. At the State House, anything happens. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm expecting a response. The lunch was very elaborate. Good afternoon. All right, so we are here for the final two presentations of this workshop. I'm truly hoping that as of now, we finally have sort of a clear example of exactly what the national address system is going to do for the real estate space as far as elevating it is concerned. Speaking of, Zite is going to be going around with a QR code that we should scan and share our feedback. Like I said, not all of us are comfortable speaking in front of a lot of people. Feel free to share your feedback via that QR code. Zite is the lovely lady in the blue, sky blue jacket, so she will be finding you. If you need any help on how the QR code works, please ask her. She is in fact the digital lead for Real Estate Talk Malawi. Now, our afternoon speaker who has the honor of reinvigorating us after lunch is Sam Tunde, who is a certified estate agent. And he'll be talking about leveraging the national address system to simplify property identification and enhance client engagement. Could we please give a warm welcome to the podium?
Good afternoon, everyone. If any of you are familiar with relay races, you know, like in the Olympics, the sprinting, you usually have your fastest sprinter either at the end or at the beginning. So if you have your fastest sprinter at the end, the second fastest is at the beginning, the third fastest is the second, and then the one just before the end, that's the slowest. So that's me, because I'm coming in just before the end. As has been alluded to, my name is Sam Tunde, and I will be taking us through the impact of the national addressing system on property identification and client engagement in real estate. So just to give you a little bit of a background about myself, I am a certified real estate practitioner. I'm a land economist by training. I do property valuations as my seniors, Riz and Lucky here, but I like to identify more as an estate agent. My agent at Jandifeo, I've heard that agents have got a bad reputation, but I want to assure you that not all agents are bad. In fact, there's a lot of good ones, myself included. So, estate agency at its core is a profession that facilitates the buying, selling, leasing, and management of property. So this is both land and buildings, and we do this on behalf of our clients. Our clients include individuals looking to buy, sell, or lease out their properties, institutions looking to buy, sell, or lease out their properties, and oftentimes we also intermingle with the banks, because many are the times where the banks engage us as estate agents to sell properties when you have defaulted your loans. You see how I've put us in different brackets? You default loans, us estate agents, we sell your house. It's not my favorite thing to do, but from time to time we do that. So essentially, us estate agents act as intermediaries between property owners and potential buyers and tenants, ensuring that transactions are legally compliant, financially viable, and strategically viable for all parties involved. At the core of real estate business, real estate agency, the way we practice it and the way that I want to intermingle it with the national addressing system, it hinges on 3 pillars. So number 1 pillar is property identification. So this basically is what everyone has kind of alluded to in one way or another. And for us estate agents, it's the same. You know, we're talking of recognizing, clearly defining the location, boundaries, and legal status of real estate assets. So a lot of what us real estate agents do is finding properties, showing people properties, directing people to properties, and that's number 1 pillar and the core of what we do. The second pillar that us estate agents carry out is client engagement. Essentially, we're trying to effectively communicate with our buyers, with our sellers, with our landlords, our tenants, to understand their needs and match them to appropriate properties. The third pillar that as estate agents we seek to achieve is market efficiency. So basically we're trying to ensure that transactions are conducted quickly, transparently, and with minimum confusion and friction. Now I'm going to step into the challenges that we face as estate agents. The way I like to make my presentations is I like to be super practical, and with every scenario or every example that I give, I'm going to give you an example, a real life example, because the life of a estate agent is a very fascinating life. So, as we have heard from the previous presenters, in Malawi here, we have mostly used the descriptive method of giving directions. And this is grossly inefficient. In our line of business, one of the prerequisite conditions to be an efficient or an effective estate agent has become the skill of knowing landmarks, which should not be so in this day and age. We're in 2025. You don't need to know where Bachintengo is to be a professional estate agent. No, it shouldn't be that way. Now, to illustrate this point, I'm going to share a story of when I had just graduated, and in my early years practicing as a fresh graduate, I remember we got a call from a client of ours. He was looking, a potential client. He engaged me and wanted me to give him an opinion of value. I think it was, yes, for a rental unit. So to assess his property and give him an opinion of value. And so we were talking on the phone. He starts giving me directions, and this is Limby. And at that point, I was not very conversant with Limby. He told me, Mr. Tunde, when you get to Zomba roundabout, you go down as if you're going to town. At Bakresa, you're going to take the next turn left. And he continued on with his directions. And then, I tried not to interrupt him until he finished. And then at the end, I told him, sir, I don't know where Bakresa is. To which he started shouting at me, what type of agent are you? How can you not know where Bakresa is? He kept hurling insults at me. I got angry. I cut the call. As a result, I lost the business. So imagine a situation where here I am, a fresh graduate, trying to get business. I've just set up my company, and this man is shouting at me for not knowing where Bakresa is. Those are the type of challenges that we're facing as estate agents with the absence of a national addressing system. Another challenge that us estate agents face is in situations where we're managing properties on behalf of our clients. Now, many of the times when we're managing properties, there's different scenarios that we face. And one of the most important scenarios one of the most important situations that we handle as property managers is the need to maintain properties. Now, the absence of NAS has resulted in certain services being carried out in a very slow and inefficient manner. Again, I'll give you an example. We had a property that we were managing somewhere, let's just say Namiwawa. We had a problem that had caused the lights to go out at our subject property. Now, another property 2 doors down, 2 houses down from our subject property, they had a similar problem and their lights were off. And we both registered our fault to Eskom. Eskom then went and fixed the problem at the other house. And they had assumed that they had fixed the problem at our house. Now, we went through a lot of back and forth, and this took about 2 days, and they told us to relaunch the complaint. Now, because of not having a national addressing system, this meant that the tenant that we were managing, the tenant who was in our properties, they had a blackout for 3 days, simply because Eskom could not identify their property. And another problem that we have noted is the possibility of fraud in the real estate sector. When we're doing our estate agency, we work as an intermediary on behalf of other clients. So many of the times where we get engaged by, for instance, the banks. I recall a few years ago, there was an instance where someone had gone to the bank to take a loan, and they had taken this loan with the backing or the collateral of a property to which they had presented a valuation report. Now, what the bank did not know was that the person who they were loaning the money to, he owned 2 properties which were adjacent to each other. And what he had done was, one property had a house on it, the other property was a vacant plot. Now, he took the valuation of the house and presented it as though it was the plot, and he registered the charge on the plot. So what ended up happening was that when he defaulted his loan, the bank wanted to sell his property. They're looking at the valuation report. They want to sell the property, only to find out that the property which they can legally sell, because that's the property which has a legal charge on it, was the vacant piece of land. So these are the type of scenarios that we find ourselves facing as estate agents in the absence of NAS. And another example, recently I was handling a transaction where we were selling a property on behalf of one of our clients. Now, in this instance, my client is very happy, but me being a professional, I'm not very happy, because what had happened was that during the QVR, the guys who were conducting the quinquennial valuation role missed out this particular property. And by missing out the particular property, this property was never registered for city rates. So this guy has been living in his house for about 20 years. He's selling the property. He now wants to clear his city rates, and he doesn't have a bill. So this is something where our stakeholders, because in this instance, yes, I'm working for my client who's very happy. He doesn't have to pay city rates. But as a responsible citizen, as a responsible estate agent, I want for the city council to be able to identify all the properties within their vicinity, within their area, and so that they're able to get their city rates, get their taxes, because I know when they do that, that's when they're able to provide services in a better way. So with these 4 examples, I have basically illustrated that the absence of a national addressing system has created problems that need not be there. So now we'll take it forward to how NAS, or the National Addressing System, is going to improve estate agency. As an estate agent, a registered estate agent, an ethical practitioner, I believe that the rolling out of the National Addressing System will be well received by us and our fraternity. This is because it's going to enhance our operations in a number of very obvious and straightforward ways. To begin with the example that I first gave of the challenge of property identification. With a standardized and universally recognized addressing system, each property becomes uniquely identifiable. Now, this eliminates ambiguity for us estate agents and all other stakeholders. This means they'll no longer be shouting at each other for not knowing where Bakresa is. There will no longer be blackouts for 3 days needlessly. And hopefully, the banks are going to stop getting duped. Again, I'm always careful to say hopefully, because I know that where we have money, someone is going to try to steal it. So I'm sorry for you banks. These guys will probably come up with some better ways to steal from you. But at least the National Addressing System is going to eliminate some of the problems. Secondly, for us as estate agents, the National Addressing System is going to improve our client engagement. We will now be easily able to share locations of properties. We'll be able to schedule viewings. We'll be able to manage our appointments with precision, and our clients are going to feel generally more confident when they can verify the property's location on their own. I like to give this example because this has happened to me. I've also had a bad estate agent experience. I'm not sure how well you guys know Blantyre, but I spoke to an estate agent and I was looking for a house to rent in Namiwawa. This guy sent me pictures to this very beautiful house. I liked the pictures, I really liked the house. I told him, let's schedule an appointment, I'd like to see this house. I picked up the agent. I think that should have been the first sign. The moment you are picking up the agent, you should know that this guy, he's potentially a liar. So I picked up this agent in my car. We drive from Glen Jones, we're going into Namiwawa. We get to Namiwawa filling station. I'm like, okay, maybe the house is close to here. We continue along Namiwawa. We get to this area called Ring Road. He says, I'll turn here. We turn. I keep following, I'm driving this man, and I can see that we are leaving Namiwawa. And indeed, we took a couple of turns, left, right, and the area where we ended up was not Namiwawa. The national addressing system is going to help us eliminate situations like that. Because now, as estate agents, what we'll then be able to do is, when a client tells us, look, I'm looking for a property in this specific area, we'll tell him, okay, this is what we have on our listing. By giving him the house numbers and the addresses according to the national addressing system, he will then be able to have a look and say, okay, this property, this looks like the location that I would like to live in. This property, even though it looks nice, I don't want that location. So again, it's going to improve our client engagement. Thirdly, the national addressing system for us estate agents is going to facilitate faster and safer transactions. By having the national addressing system, fraud will of necessity reduce. Legal verification will become easier, and title search procedures could potentially be sped up significantly. When we receive a valuation report as banks, you'll be able to look at the plot number, look at the address, and to see if those two match. And lastly, for today, NAS is going to enable us as estate agents and practitioners to create online marketplaces with our various listings, as is done in the Western world. You know, in Malawi here, I feel like we have fallen behind in many ways, especially with us in real estate. This whole thing of publishing a listing in the newspaper, I mean, that's backward. Even Facebook, though it gives you a larger crowd, but the truth of the matter is we need to take it to the next step. And by having the national addressing system, and in partnership with MACRA, who have assured us that they'll be able to enable us to link our estate agency listings to their system, to enable that the properties which are on the market are then shown in the NAS system, not necessarily their system, but we'll be able to then develop our system so that we're able to provide a platform or a marketplace as estate agents for properties for sale, properties for rent, and make the whole process very efficient. Now, my next thing is to give you an example of how NAS is used in the Western world. I guess I'm going to give you an assignment. I'm going to be a little bit of a lecturer, but I'll give you an assignment as to how our friends are using NAS for the estate agency market. If you have somewhere to write, there's a website. It's www.zillow.com, like pillow, but starting with a Z. So ZILLOW.com. Zillow.com. This is the interface. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see it, but the interface basically enables you to put in an address or a city or a neighborhood when you're looking for a property. If you go to the next slide. Those red dots that you're seeing on the screen, this is for an area in a city called Fort Worth in Texas. Those red dots are the properties which are available on the market. This is something that we need to bring to Malawi. Now, this is not a call to MACRA, because this is not an initiative that MACRA can take on. This is an initiative that us as real estate professionals need to embark on. MACRA, through the National Addressing System, has given us a platform that we can utilize. And by taking advantage of the National Addressing System, we can create a platform where we create listings in that manner. Imagine how efficient we make this for our clients. You know, if you, on your website, your company website, someone can just go there, they click Katoto, and they see all the properties in Katoto for rent. If they're looking for something to buy, they see all the properties in Katoto to buy. This will also enable the market to become standardized and the reduction of fraud. What then happens is if you see a red dot for property, and that red dot, the property owner is asking for argument's sake, 50 million kwacha, and the one next door is asking for 150 million kwacha, we should all be able to say, look, no, we're not going to buy from this guy who's asking for 150 million kwacha. this is not, I mean, this guy is clearly trying to dupe us, or this is not the way to go. So it brings in some transparency. Of course, as real estate practitioners, I would like for us eventually to sit down and bang heads as to how we can roll this out. Because, you know, there's obviously issues of privacy with regards to ownership, and then there's also the issues of how we're going to manage misinformation. Because if we roll out a platform like this, there's potential for market manipulation. So as real estate professionals, eventually we're going to have to bang heads to figure that out. So lastly, I'm going to give a call to action for our policymakers in real estate. Give us a framework. You know, we have Surveyors Institute of Malawi, we have the planners, we have land surveyors. You know, let us embrace this technology, but let us use this technology wisely. Let us create a framework whereby we can leverage the national addressing system to improve the engagement of estate agents or real estate practitioners with our clients, so that we make things very efficient. And as estate agents, I'd like for us to embrace this new technology, because it gives us the ability to give our clients, to give our market, something which everyone else in the world already has, but we're lagging behind. And lastly, to our stakeholders, you know, we talk of the city councils, we talk of the banks, we talk of utility companies. Let us all welcome, let us all embrace the national addressing system. The national addressing system is something that is long overdue. It's something that is going to improve your interaction, especially with us in the real estate practice, but even with all the other engagements that you do. You know, a simple thing like with the banks, the KYC document, you know, stop making us draw maps to our houses. Some of us don't know how to draw a map. I didn't study geography, and a lot of people didn't. You know, let's use the national addressing system. Let us embrace it, and let us better serve our clients. Let us protect ourselves from fraud, and let us make Malawi a better place. With these very few remarks, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Kudos to Sam for very ably reawakening us from lunch. Please give him a round of applause. I believe the real world applications of NAS have become very clear to us, especially in the real estate space. It would be so much easier to have like a TripAdvisor, but for buying property. And I think it would even drive up business, because a lot of us are afraid to buy property because we just don't know how much it costs. We think it's cheap to buy an air wing. We think it's cheap to buy kuchirega ku airport, when in actual sense it might be cheaper close to home. Do we have any questions, any comments, any feedback we'd like to give Mr. Tunde? No? Okay. The QR code, has it circulated, Zita? You're going to beam it on the screen. Okay. So if we could beam that QR code on the screen, and we can share our feedback there as well. And while that is being set up, our final speaker is from the physical planning space. As Mr. Luca aptly said, the ones responsible for how exactly we are living, why we have buildings in water catchment areas, it's because of physical planners. Or is it? So Mr. Blessings Chiepa, who is a certified physical planner or is on his way to becoming a fully certified physical planner, will be sharing about incorporating the national address system for effective urban planning and infrastructure development. Please give him a warm welcome.
They have to do that. Okay. Okay. Some minutes to get your feedback on the QR code, please. If you can scan. Yeah. As we wait, I take all the blame as a physical planner. I think it has already started in the morning. We have a lot to discuss, but I'll make it into 10 slides, about 15 minutes. So my name is Blessings Chiepa. I'm a physical planner. but in the last 5-6 years, I've focused more on geographic information systems and remote sensing, and that's why this topic appeals to me, because I combine GIS and physical planning. So this afternoon, I want to make a presentation about physical planning and the national address system. I can see you're still doing your scanning. Quite challenging to present, to be the last presenter. After Mr. Luca preempted my speech, and then we ate some nice lunch, which some of us can be sleeping. I hope you want to be sleeping. And then we have a lot of physical planning challenges that even during the lunchtime, I remember people were asking me, blaming physical planners for this. I think you can move. No? Has everyone scanned this? Are we okay to move? Okay. So I think I'll make a start because of time. I'll make a start, and you can continue later, or you can choose to finish as you listen. Yeah. So imagine it's 14 April 2070, somewhere in the future. You are driving through Mzuzu City, you are driving through Lilongwe, Blantyre City, or Zomba City. How do you envision these cities in 2070? Just take 30 seconds to think about it. What are you seeing in the roads? How is the traffic? How are the buildings? And this is 2070. All right, enough of dreaming. Let's come to reality. What I want to present now is, one, what is the law of the physical planner to make that dream that you are thinking about, the city that you are envisioning, come true? Then I'll talk about what are the challenges, the current challenges that we are having as physical planners as of now. And then I'll try to link the national address system and physical planning. And lastly, in case you are sleeping, I'm going to give you some takeaway messages that if you forget about everything that I've said now, take these points, okay? So let's start with the law of the physical planner. I'll not talk much about the law of the physical planner. I know by the time I was studying at Pole, I knew about Mr. Luca, Monica. By that time, we're already seasoned physical planners. And he has given a very good background to my presentation, so I'll not delve much into this. But for those, just for those who would want to know a bit about physical planning, there are 3 key things that as physical planners we do. So we design the cities that you live. We plan the cities that you live. And we do this through the developing the physical development plans. We enforce development control. Some of you, maybe you have been in trouble before. When you are against the regulations of physical planning, we enforce physical planning regulations. And we monitor these physical plans. Are we developing according to physical plans? Because these layouts will give us a direction and will give us land use that are permittable in that area. So if you are not following that, we are going to monitor that. So in short, that's the law of a physical planner, in case you're not a physical planner. Problems. When I was a student, I wrote this, and I would want to ask the same question today. When you look at Mzuzu City, don't look at the people from Mzuzu City Council, but when you look at Mzuzu City, raise your hand if you think this is the way it should be developing. As of now, today, if I ask you, are you happy with the way Mzuzu City is? Raise your hand if you're happy. I'm sure my colleagues from the physical planning department from Mzuzu City Council, you are noticing. No one raised their hand. No one raised their hand. I'm not from Mzuzu, so I will not comment much. But most of you here are from here. If you have participated in the making of a physical plan, a master plan, an urban structure plan, please raise your hand as a citizen, not as a planner. So I don't want to see Fanny, I don't want to see Peter and Bisa here. I want you as a citizen. Mr. Japkitek, you haven't. You've been in Mzuzu, eh? You haven't participated in any. So no one in this room has participated in any planning process. No one. Do we know that we have a say in the way how our cities develop? By law, Physical Planning Act 2016. Plans, when they are made, they have to be given to people. People have to be consulted, and then they have to give their input. How many people have phones or an electronic device that can connect to the internet, that can connect to the internet? I think I've seen almost everyone was scanning to the QR code here, okay? So I'll talk also about that, how this is all linked. Enough of the problems, let's go on. Some of them are for physical planners, some of them are for all of us. But let's see what's happening in the urban space. First, I think the first presentation, they mentioned that in Malawi we are facing rapid urbanization. Somewhere at the rate of 4.5 to 5%. That's the rate our cities are growing. And with it comes informal settlements. And globally we are projected that, as he said, around 2050, 50% of us will be living in cities. That's why I projected 2070, so that you should think about what that city would look like in 2070. We know, even in the past 5 years, we have had more than 4 major disasters in Malawi. Cyclones that you can mention. Almost everyone here can mention. And these will keep coming, by the way, due to climate change. They will keep coming frequently. Today, the urban agenda is to build resilient cities. What are we doing to build resilient cities? My fellow planners, please don't sleep because I have questions for you at the end. I have questions. And then because of rapid urbanization, and because of the disasters, and the other things that are happening, we also have limited access to, a lot of people, city dwellers, have got limited access to utilities and basic services. These are services that are supposed to be offered by city councils, waste management, public transport, water, electricity, and what have you. I think most of the speakers here have talked about poor property tax correction and how the NAS is going to help that. Just last year, I think in July, the Mzuzu City Council, there was an article in the news that it's owed over 3 billion Malawi kwacha because of property tax correction in the city. Go on. So where does the national address system come in all these challenges, in all the planning process that we have as a country? So I'll talk about the physical development plans. One of the key things for us as planners to develop physical development plans, we need information. I'm sure no one can plan without information. What kind of information? We are looking at socioeconomic profiles. We are looking at spatial data. We are looking at all that information that has been mentioned about the national address system. That kind of information is what enables planners to plan our cities. I remember we were doing one of the physical development plans for Chikwawa back in 2015, 2016, around that time. And I was a student that time, and they got me to go to the field. And you can imagine Chikwawa is very hot. And we were going house by house, doing this kind of surveys. We could stand on the road for like hours and hours counting, those traffic surveys. So we spend a lot of time, a lot of days in the field collecting this kind of data. And this is one entry point where the national address system comes in when it comes to physical planning. Because think of it, you are on your desk, you have your GIS softwares, you have your database, and you're able to pull all this information just from a click of a button. That's how the national address system is going to modernize planning. You are there in Mzuzu City Council, you want to project the population. I don't know how now you can project, maybe our friends from Mzuzu City Council can tell us, but you want to project the population, you want to project the growth of the city. How are you going to do that as it is now? Where's the direction of the city? who is buying property, where are they going? That's where the national address system comes in. We are talking about e-participation. I remember Mr. Japweteka here, Stephen Japweteka, was doing a study on e-participation in planning. And I initially asked deliberately, how many of you have got a gadget? And all of you have got a gadget here. How many of you have ever participated in planning process? None of you have participated. But one of the things that the national address system can help us to do is to bridge that gap. Because this will modernize the way we do our planning. If every property has got an identity, if we can find every property, if you can report every property, if you can see all your zoning on your screen, I'm sure some of you will have the courage to participate in these processes. It has happened before, it's not just I'm saying. In Zimbabwe, just our neighbor, close neighbor, they do this. Citizens can even report when you have seen a pothole. You take a GPS coordinate and you report. And because this is an integrated system, they're able to see it at the city council, they're able to see it at various stakeholders can see what you have reported, and they can come and provide that service. You see waste that is just somewhere, piled somewhere. I think our cities, one thing that they are struggling with is waste management. But how do cities know where waste is accumulating? So you as a citizen, you can also take that and participate. So there's a lot that you can also do in terms of electronic participation. But the backbone is going to be the national address system infrastructure. And then efficient resource allocation. One of the key things that as physical planners we are looking for is to efficiently allocate resources. Most of them land resources. So we're talking about which land should go to agriculture, which land should be used for commercial, institution. How many plots should we develop? And where should we develop these plots? To answer those questions, we need a lot of data. And you can only imagine what the national address system is going to provide with. Then you go to development control. Illegal developments. How do, for example, if you want to participate to report illegal development, I don't know the process even myself, I've never done that, but I've seen a lot of people complaining. I've seen people complaining, oh, someone is building a factory just next to me. Or, okay, along this road, Blantyre Highway, I heard there were supposed to be 4-story buildings. Why are we building a 1-story building here? Most people would ask those questions. And for me, even as a physical planner, I get out of these questions every now and then. Why did you build that there? Why is this here? You know? So this system is going to help us to modernize how we do our planning, modernize on how we are going to carry out our development control. Because every property, you can navigate to every property, you can identify every property. And also one thing about people is that if you know that someone can find you, compliance increases. You're going to comply because you know that you have nowhere to go. We know we have all that information from you. Same goes for monitoring and enforcement. Next, please. And then we have some case studies where they have implemented the national address system and they have seen improvements in terms of their physical planning processes. I'll give an example of Japan and recently in 2017 in Rwanda, Kigali, where they have implemented the national address system. When they were planning new areas, informal settlements, as we are talking about, especially in Rwanda, what they did was to see currently what properties do we have, where are these properties, which utilities are needed at what place. They used the national address system to answer these questions because they actually had a map and they had all the plots, they can see all the demarcations, they can see all the zones, and they can easily see that, oh, here there's no drainage, oh, here there's a need for a road, here we need to expand plots. This land perhaps is not good for agriculture. Let's put an institution here because this is where the population is going. So these kind of processes, as I think Mr. Lucas said, enhances physical planners to make that decision, to see how our cities will grow, to see how the plans are going to be implemented. And it has happened before. Enhanced service delivery. I think most speakers have talked about how the national address system is going to help us navigate, help us identify properties. Someone talked about even food deliveries, for example. At the comfort of your house, you can get your food delivered to your exact address. Recently, I think in Rwanda as well, in Ghana, in Nigeria, they have one company called Zipline that has brought drones, and they are able to even deliver parcels using drones because they have this national address system. Otherwise, today, I don't know what would we use if you want to drop these services. You talk about waste management. Where I stay in Blantyre, there are some private companies that provide waste management services. But for them to find a house that has paid and that they need to get the bins, the waste from, they actually had to improvise to find a way. So they take a sticker and they put it on the gate. Sometimes people remove it. Sometimes, even if you haven't paid, you take a sticker and you put it there. So they can take your waste even if you haven't paid. So you can see how that service is disrupted, even for private sectors. With the national address system, that's a thing of the past. Every property you can easily identify. These waste management, private waste management collectors can easily come and take that. I think this has been emphasized a lot on the enhanced service of delivery. Think about firefighters. Think about ambulances in our cities. And then I talked about how our cities are owed a lot of money. It's not only in Mzuzu City Council. I think Mzuzu City Council is 3 billion, but if you go to Lilongwe City Council, it's 9 billion. Blantyre City Council is somewhere around 5-6 billion. The national address system will help our city councils, where also the Department of Planning sits, to collect enough revenues to run our cities. Next. Today we are talking about technologies. I know most of you have got TVs, you've got internet. Some of you can even use your phone as a remote on the TV. Some of you know about what we call Internet of Things, where everything is connected somehow. You have heard about one Google, for example, where one account now, you can log into various devices, you can log into various accounts just using one account. You don't need multiple accounts as before. Think of that at a city level now. That's a digital city. So there's a concept of what we are calling digital cities or digital twin cities. Digital twin cities are very interesting because what they are trying to do is you take the physical city as it is in Mzuzu City, and then you project that using GIS, using other technologies. You create a twin, a virtual reality of the same city. And on that, you can do a lot of things. You can project population, you can project growth of the city, you can project scenarios. What will happen if this happens? What will happen if we open up this road? If we turn this road into one way, how is traffic moving? That can only be enabled if you have a national addressing system. This is the infrastructure that is going to lay the background of digital cities. E-commerce, and our friends from the banks, when our cities do better, when people do better in general, business is always good, yeah? That's what it means. Even for physical planning, I was mentioning this in Izomba that sometimes you think it doesn't concern you. If Monica today decided to change a zoning area that was residential to a factory, you think it won't affect you? If you buy a plot today because there was no factory and then next day there's a factory, you think that won't affect you? So these are things that will affect everyone. And if our cities if our cities are efficient in managing these cities, projecting growth, looking at what amenities are needed in the cities, it means you also benefit. Everyone benefits. Almost everyone benefits. Disaster management. I've talked about how disasters they'll keep coming and coming. At least our friends from the north are a bit spared. But from Blantyre, Lakeshore area, Sanje, Chihuahua, you know the stories. And what is sad is when you have a disaster, I'll give you an example for Cyclone Freddy. We spend hours looking for houses, looking for people, trying to see what's the extent of the damage. Imagine if you had a national address system. Imagine using your GIS in your office, you just demarcate, oh, this is the area of impact. Pour out all the households that are here, all the properties, and you already know. Here we have 5 houses. In this house there are 5 people, in this house there are 2 people, in this house there are 10 people, and like that within minutes, you have how many people have been affected, and you know how to direct resources directly to where it's needed. And in terms of disaster management, a difference of 5 minutes is a difference of life and death. We've talked about ambulances and all that. That it's going to improve how we're going to do disaster management as cities. And then the next steps, What are the next steps? Especially I'm now talking to my colleagues, physical planners here. Most of the presenters here have talked about partnerships. We need to partner with MACLA, NSO, NLRB, all the stakeholders that are involved. Because this is not a one-man show, it's a system. You can design a perfect system at MACLA, a national address system, but the people who are going to use it, most of the stakeholders who are here as well, even here in this room, if they don't understand it, if they don't utilize it, then it's prone to fail. It's just a good design. In physical planning, we are also mandated by the law, as I mentioned, the Physical Planning Act of 2016. And if we are to incorporate the national address system, we need to start thinking as physical planners, how do we exactly incorporate this in our physical planning process, in our planning, plan-making processes, in our participatory planning processes? How do we make sure that we utilize the national address system? Then we need the technical framework as well, legal and technical framework. Technical framework, I'm talking about GIS mostly and remote sensing and related technologies. These will help the national address system. I should already answer the question that Mr. Lucas asked about. As a physical planner, what's your contribution? I always say that in the bird environment, and someone also mentioned this in Blantyre, in the bird environment, physical planners are the first people on the spot, yeah? We are supposed to be the first people. Today we are talking about informal settlements. We are talking about putting a national address system in an informal settlement. That on its own, it's a failure of planning. Because as of now, we're supposed to have, actually, as me as a physical planner, I'm supposed to go to MACLA and tell them, I have planned this area as a residential area. There are 400 plots in here. These are the roads. These are the drainages and everything like that. Give it to MACLA. MACLA gives us the address system from the national address system. They already put the addresses. A land surveyor comes, do the surveying. Then the bird environment, everyone takes their law and act a quantity survey until the building is done. That's how, in an ideal situation, the world is supposed to work like. But here we are, we're starting the other way around. So most of our cities are already planned. I wanted to end on that slide, but then I thought someone may be sleeping, but now I'm happy because I see all the faces are looking at me, so no one is sleeping. But in case you missed what I was saying, these are the 4 key takeaways that I want you to take as a physical planner, as even a citizen who is affected by planning. 1, the national addressing system is going to modernize how we do our physical planning. I don't need to go to Minister of Lands and then try to look for an urban structure plan that was made in 1980. It's on paper, then try to look at a plot, try to look at a zoning, what was the land use on this before. This will be a thing of the past. City councils will benefit from increased efficiency in service delivery. We've talked about how waste management, how ambulance services, firefighting services are going to benefit, and most of the municipal services actually that are provided by city councils and physical planners are going to benefit from the national addressing system. And the most important one is that the national address system is a backbone of the digital city. It's a backbone of the future. Digital cities and digital economies are the future. We no longer need to be using pen and paper in this age. And then lastly, I've talked about how the national address system combined with the physical planning is going to help us design our cities, more resilient cities, sustainable cities, which is on top of the urban agenda. Even in the Malawi 2063 Go vision, the pillar of urbanization, managing cities, talked about disaster management, talks about how we need to manage our cities, even the secondary cities development plan. I mean, secondary cities, this will be the backbone of the future of urban planning. Thank you very much.
I believe he deserves another round of applause. Being the final speaker and sharing remarks so eloquently, I think we have a better understanding of exactly how physical planning works now, don't we? For those who are not already physical planners. I should say, I didn't know that citizens could say something or be involved in the planning of a city because had I known, I would definitely have put my foot down. But that being said, we have some time for questions. You can raise a question to any of the speakers we had today, addressing anything. Okay, Prince, you already have a hand up. There's another microphone here if you need. Okay.
Okay, mine is not a question, but I would want to hear something from our colleagues from the bank. They've been mentioned several times in the presentation, so I would like to hear what's their view. Thank you.
All right, way to put them on the spot, and they're sitting right in front. Please, sir, you look energetic enough. Go ahead. Your view of the national address system and the impact on you as well.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. I think from all the presenters, as bankers, we've been listening with high notch, because we see so many benefits from this, mainly on collateral management and the verification. Even proof of residence has been an issue for banks for a long time now. I'm sure upon full implementation of this, the regulator, which is Reserve Bank, will also be communicated so that they can also include it in our KYC requirement. I also heard one of the speakers was talking about KYC. That's the animal which kills us every day. So the financial inclusion also doesn't work because of such things that our population cannot afford to bring forward to us. But mainly on the collateral processes, perfecting a deed becomes a very big challenge. Even the people from lands from the sea, they can witness with me how we struggle for us to get something perfected. But with this, I think the process will be too quicker. Thanks for that, for the opportunity to speak.
The opportunity is always here, and thank you for your contribution. Is there anybody else who'd like to give us some feedback? Please feel free, yes?
Thank you. First of all, I think a very big thank you to all the presenters, but I just want to take a moment on the presentation on physical planning. I think me, myself, as a physical planner as well, with also experience in GIS, listening to Blessings make his presentation, I think he stressed quite a lot something I wanted to ask about. I think those questions started right here. Do we blame physical planners? Where do we start from? I think from his presentation, he's made it quite very clear that planning is really, it's everybody's work in a way. Maybe we have people in the forefront championing that, but in the end, you find that each one of us, needs to be involved. To quote one professor from, I think a Canadian professor, who is also well written in the planning field, one John Friedman, he says, planning is too good to be left to planners alone. Because you are designing a whole city, you are designing a whole environment that people should live in. That is something you cannot just leave to one person to do. So I wanted to push that as well. I think coming in, maybe some of us had questions to say, maybe my plan and I mean, but I think we should all embrace that that idea that planning really, we have people in the forefront running the show, but it's really about our input, what we give back to the city council. They call for these town hall meetings for people to comment on these plans. Maybe you find only 2 people come there. These plans are there at the city councils they are supposed to be displayed, I think, for over a month, that people come and make comments, but you don't get people coming in to comment. So in the same spirit, I wanted to make a call. I think it's an appeal to most of the stakeholders. I don't know how best this could be done, but I think with MACRA already championing this, I wanted to make a call. Most of the challenges being faced in the planning field, I know, like recently, the Ministry of Lands has put a lot of effort to make sure that the services in the land services have been decentralized, and you have more efforts being made by the local councils. But I believe the local government or Ministry of Lands, they still need to be supported in so many ways. Challenges like development control, they are made by so many things like political influence. They affect how you do your development control. But that's something that is quite tricky for institutions to work with. It's quite tricky. But there are some areas where I know other stakeholders would be interested, and maybe some funding towards development control in the city councils, some funding towards development control in the district councils. I think that would come quite a long way to helping, because we are investing so much in the NAS, and then all these stakeholder engagements, and then 10 years from now, you have areas you cannot assign codes to. You have areas that are growing informally. Then we are back to square one. All the efforts we're doing now mean nothing. So I want to make a call to, I don't know if it's viable, through maybe the subcommittees up to the steering committee, to at least look into this issue, development control in the city councils, all our urban areas, some engagement maybe with the, I like the zeal from Mr. Rees here, engaging the surveyors in this whole process. I would like to also make the same call, the engagement of physical planners in the process of this. I'm not so sure if at that level maybe the physical planners are really engaged, but it's quite important, because these are the people who are going to make this NAS grow or not. Because if we have informal settlements from now, 50% of our settlements are informal. In the next 10 years, NAS is going to be nothing. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks. Okay, we've got another hand in the back.
All right, thank you. I'm Isaac. I wanted to understand the time frame that has been given to this project, because 2019, when the codes or the issue of these codes was made public, and today this is 2025, almost 6 years, and someone doesn't even know that Malawi has postal codes. What efforts are being put in place for MACRA to make sure that people are aware about the codes? But also, just one to the local government authorities, Mzuzu City Council, how far are you with street numbering? I've seen some signage in terms of street names, but the numbers are not there. For example, if I'm to say I want to go to Chimalilo, I only know Chimalilo Road, but I don't know whether we have 2 Chimalilo what as an identification of a property. Is there any time frame to say by such a date we must have all street numbers assigned? Or in other words, have we piloted this thing to a certain location? For example, we take one in Mzuzu, Chimalilo, because we know Chimalilo is well planned. We cannot have an excuse in terms of planning when we're talking about Chimalilo. We go to Blantyre, we take one, for example, Namiwawa, it's well planned. It can easily be numbered. We go to Lilongwe, the same thing. We have area 47, which can easily be numbered. I don't know whether we have done a pilot for maybe one from each cities. One location which is well planned. Let's try to number it, street address it, and explore and see the effects. Because now we have been talking about this, we'll be talking about this for the next 15 years, just numbering over a house and a street. I don't know how far we have gone, or if there's a time frame, so that at least we're able to say, by such a date, these must be on the ground, and we must be able to say, this is my address. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your questions, Isaac. As a Blantarian, myself, I can tell you there are quite a lot of neighborhoods that are already numbered. Some were numbered during the colonial era. They were already numbered and the numbering just continued. Some have been numbered recently by MACRA, Chinyonga being one of the few. And in Ilongwe, I know 49 Shire has also been almost completely numbered as well, but I'll leave it to the experts to explain. There's one question for MACRA and another one from Mzuzu City Council. What is your time frame?
Thank you for that question. We have made progress since we started in 2019. We started off as a project but noting the situation on the ground and the nature of NAS itself, I think this will go beyond the project. House numbering properties continue to mushroom across our cities to the extent that you can't say that you have finished national addressing. It has to be an ongoing activity. But in terms of implementation, maybe let me start with the pilot aspect that you mentioned. We did pilot studies, pilot implementations way back in 2019 before we started rolling this nationwide. We looked at Blantyre, for instance. We picked up a low density area, Namiwawa, Chinyonga, which Nicole mentioned was one of the areas we looked at as a medium density area. An industrial area, then we went to Makata, which was an industrial area. Then in Lilangwe, we also did national addressing as a rural settlement. So we did pilot studies. I think even in Lilongwe and here, a few areas were picked as pilot areas where we draw lessons upon which now we are basing the implementation of NAS across the country. Our target, for instance, this year is that all roads in Malawi should be named roads only. That's a target that we have, to say that by the end of the financial planning year, we have named all the roads in Malawi. Then parallel with that will be numbering properties, but we can't say that that will be done by the end of the year. You appreciate one of the challenges we had mentioned, there is financial constraint. But in terms of roads, our plans is that we do that. Roads infrastructure, which are like signages, we are continuously procuring those. We have procured a lot for probably all the district councils here in the north. I think procurement has been done. Installation will progress, I think, mid-year. So we are making progress, but we can't give you time frames in terms to say that the project will end at such a point. We view it as an ongoing exercise moving forward. Perhaps that answers your question.
Does it? Mzuzu City Council, over to you.
I think most has already been articulated. We have a challenge mainly in terms of finances. We could have been doing some of the things by ourselves as Mzuzu City Council, but we've been waiting on Makla and leaning on them much on the implementation. So at the moment we've not done the house numbering like you are saying, but we've made quite some progress. Just recently we've managed to, I think, finish off all the planned areas doing street namings, and we are just waiting for the house numbers, which he has also said that they have been prepared, and we are just waiting for the moment when they will be implemented on the ground. So I think as Mzuzu City Council, that's our situation. But if we could have had maybe money enough for ourselves, we could have been implementing. Of course, we did have a LIMO project, revenue mobilization program, where we did numbering. I think you've seen that. It's more synonymous to this one, but we use that just for ourselves to be able to track the property rates and revenue collection. So I think this one will also easily get incorporated in the same. Actually, as we are working, we are looking into that. Thank you so much.
Let me just summarize. In terms of progress, like for Mzuzu, in terms of numbering, because these are two different things. Numbering and physical infrastructure placement. In terms of numbering, we have done almost 90% of Mzuzu City. Lilongwe City, over 80%. Blantyre City, 90%. Zomba City, almost 100%. So now what we're waiting for is procurement of physical infrastructure. In this case, we're referring to house number plates and the road signage. So that's where we are. Remember, we have a challenge in terms of financial resources, and then we are doing this in phases in terms of procurement. But numbering, we have done a lot. And then we migrated to district councils where we are done with almost all district councils in terms of numbering and street naming. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question or comment?
Thank you. I would like to agree with what Peter said. And I would like to appreciate that this project, he said it's involving a lot of stakeholders. The point that he mentioned, anayankula kuti kulima issues are informal settlement. So, chimene chikutanthauza kuti lero tipanga number apa, koma ndima project amanena blessings a organization yaja. Mawa mudzapezeka wina wapunthuka wamanga apa, wina watere wamanga apa, wina atere wamanga apa. So zikoti kwina mwapitapanga kale namba zinthu zipena apezeka kuti amanga manyumba awo. Mwina so kaploti komweko tatipanga kala identifyiko. So ndizofunikira di kwambiri. I should stress this point. Ndizofunikira di kwambiri ngati tikufuna kuti nasi yathuyi ipite patsogolo ikhale yamphamvu. Ndizofunikira di kwambiri kuti ma professional athuwa tigwirane manja, because ngati ma development controls ma roles sakupangidwa enforce in terms of kamangidwe, in terms of vuchane, ndekuti nasi yathuyi ikhala yolephera. Ndanena zimezi because last year ndinapanga review panali adjudication process imene inkachitika ku Malawi kuno, and it started with Blantyre. Ku Blantyre tinali ndi Chilimba, I think achinana Miwawa chani, inali a project implemented by World Bank. It was heavily funded. So the whole point inali yakuti anthu akapanga register malo awo lero pakakhala kuti akufuna apange transfer malowo asamangopangana transfer informale kungopita kwa mfumu, adzitha kupita kulanzi kuja kukanena kuti ndikugulitsa malo pakhale ownership change bwinobwino. So the World Bank invested in that kuti zinthu zozikhale choncho. Koma after, because the review imene napanga, study yange imene napanga, it was like after now over 32 years or so. Then naona nokuti kuti zinthu zodi zimachitika ndi ma aims yakewo, kupezeka kuti afterwards ntaona nono kuti sizinachitike. Kuona ma satellite image kuti plot imene analembetsa ngati chikondi lero yasintha hands kanthu 5 anthu 6 zomwe zitunena za urbanization. Wabwera munthu wasintha wagulitsa uku. Why? Chifukwa palibe ma enforcement, and at that time inape drama ndithu zinayikidwa kwambiri. So I just wanted kuti ndichitsindike chimene chichi kuti zimene wanena Peter zija ndizofunikira. Ngati tufuna kuti national address yathuyi isakhale efeli ikhale yamphamvu, tiwena tigwirane manja tonse kuti chinthu chichiyende bwino. Otherwise without that nde kuti ndi ma urbanization amene akubwerawo ama projection iwa 10 years from now it will be chaos. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it also ties into the earlier point, Kuti, we are resistant to change. We do not like change. This is our final comment, sir?
All right, thanks so much. Good afternoon. I'm Mr. Mevadogo, a student at Mzuzu University. I'm so happy to be here. I've learned a lot with this platform. And we are struggling about research topics, but I can see that there are lots of research topics here. But my question goes to, I don't know either it's Miss or Mrs. Chikondi Mpamba, that is. There's these two in GIS, if not remote assessing, so-called open street mapping. And we were once introduced at Mzuzu University, because we do have a group, so-called Mzuzu University Surveyors Association, a group of students. So I just want to know what's the link between OpenStreetMap mapping and NAS. And also, I just want to know the integration and what can, how can this benefit the country as a whole, this issue so-called NAS and OpenStreet mapping. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I think if I am to take that question, it would be unfair because we have even the president, whether the president of OpenStreet mapping, so he can properly explain on that one, then I can just, maybe if there's anything else that I have to comment, I will comment. Thank you.
Even better?
Thank you very much. Now I'll speak as from the other side. I lead the community of OpenStreetMap Malawi, where that question is actually coming from. So, in essence, the OpenStreetMap, for those who don't know, it's an online platform. Think of it like a Wikipedia of maps. And when I say Wikipedia of maps, in every sense, it's a Wikipedia of maps. Anyone can contribute to that platform. Even yourself, you can contribute. There are a lot of students who are contributing to this platform, mapping the world. So some of the things that you see are mapped by students, by volunteers, humanitarian, because it helps people. So being a Wikipedia of maps, what it means also is that it lacks control. I can put today here at Mzuzu here, I can put that this is my house, or I can put I have a shop here. So that's one danger of using OpenStreetMap data. Anyone can edit that information. That's my point. With the national address system, not everyone will be able to edit that information. So the national address system is more authoritative than the OpenStreetMap data in that aspect. Another thing about OpenStreetMap is the accuracy of the information. As I said, anyone can edit, and you can put anything on the OpenStreetMap, but the national address system, it's only authorities, and I was ensured by Micra that those with passwords and all that, who can edit that system. So in terms of the two, that's the difference. When you talk about the other way around now, we can still integrate national address system in the OpenStreetMap. In other countries, actually in developed countries, when you give someone a postcode, when you give someone a zip code, they're able to find you even in OpenStreetMap platforms, even on Google Earth, because these are embedded in the, I don't know if you get the presentation that Chikondo was doing in the database that is behind the national address system. So this is shared, the API is shared to all those parties, like the OpenStreetMap, the Google Maps. There are a lot of agreements with Google Earth and all that, so that the moment I just put 2 Chimariro Road, already it picks from the national address system, but using the interface of OpenStreetMap or Google Street. So I think that's how the two interact, and that's how the two be different. Thank you.
Just to add, because OpenStreetMap, it lacks control, when I was presenting about national addressing system implementation, I talked about establishing reference framework. So the reference framework, we are talking of controls that are used for georeferencing. So if it's OpenStreetMap, it's just open where everyone can do whatever they want to do without control. That means they will use different control points for georeferencing, which will not be consistency for the whole country, let's say Malawi. That means we are going to compromise on the positioning, because here we are looking at precise positioning of the address. Thank you.
Does that answer your question? And we had a comment from Dr. Lucky.
Thank you so much. I think after enjoying the lunch, we became a little sleepy, but thank you for the last presentations. Quick, comments. I think there was, I will start with the last one. I was talking to Kondwani here to say the NAS system. Looking at Malawi, we have 2 systems of tenure. statutory, which is controlled by government, and customary tenure system. In our urban areas, most of the informal settlements or most of the unplanned areas are coming because that's where you have traditional, common or local practices taking what? Precedence. Now, how has the system taken care of that so that it can still adapt to the changes that are coming because of the customary land tenure practices, where a piece of land today is 1 hectare. Tomorrow, because now the siblings have grown, they have married, I'll subdivide the same in 2 pieces. How is that being addressed? Secondly, I think there was the issue that, yes, we as Malawians, we have the right to participate on most or in most of these processes. That's very true, as Blessing said. But there's a caveat here. If you look at, for example, plot allocations, they are used to be what you call plot allocation committees. But I don't know if they are still there. So that was a provision for me, my colleague here, my sisters to participate in that because we had local representatives as part of the system. But they are not working. How is that being addressed so that the systems that we are bringing in will work transparently? Because these issues are still there and underlying. If you go to planning issues, if I submit a plan today, building plan, in terms of approval, you find that I can submit my plan today. The meeting is tomorrow, right? It will pass. Tomorrow it will be approved. Now, do we have time for the public to participate in that? Why? This is because we have one personal interest, conflicted interest, or political interest. Now, how are we addressing these issues so that the system should be able to operate without this? That's very critical. In addition to that, the issue of the postcodes and planning. I was happy that you brought up the issue of NAS within physical planning processes. The question there would be, if you have a postcode for a certain area and you have a piece of land which is not yet planned or developed into plots, how are you going to use the existing postcodes to develop new plots and then give those new plots numbering so that when you are giving to Kalake, Kabanga and others, you already have the numbers related to what? To the postcodes that is already there. And the final comment I think is broad. Looking at all that we have learned or shared today, the NAS, land information systems, GIS, etc. When you look at all these systems, they seem to be digital based, right? Now, if they are digital based, means we need a very good what? Connectivity, internet system. Now, looking at Malawi, even here, if you try to call Kondwan here, sakupezeka. Which means connectivity is a problem. What efforts are being taken to address those prevailing or those baseline issues so that when NAS comes into operation, these issues will not be there because it will frustrate us and then we'll start going back to our usual way of doing things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lucky. And I think, Mr. Kachika, you can address those concerns in your closing remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcoming Kondwani Kachika as he gives us his closing remarks and addresses those final comments.
You want me to respond to Dr. Kabanga here in full? That's practically maybe impossible.
Sorry,
but
possibly you can just take note of them.
We have taken note of them.
Yes, that's enough.
We have certainly taken note of them because that's why we were here. And perhaps maybe as we go, my colleagues could also shed more light on some of the issues that you have raised. It's been a great afternoon, isn't it? Let's clap hands for ourselves for indeed seeing ourselves through up to this point. I took a note from one of the students from Mzuzu there. Planning is too big, too important to be left to planners alone. I think I like that. In the same vein, let me borrow that. NAS is way too important to be left to a few people. NAS cannot be left to MACRA alone. NAS cannot be left to city councils alone. NAS belongs to all of us. And that is why, as MACRA, we thought it very important to collaborate with our partners, real estate, to engage you this afternoon in bringing NAS and what we have done so far so that you are able to appreciate and embrace the developments that have happened. As we noted, it's been a very good afternoon. We are very happy as MACRA. I think we have achieved what we wanted to achieve. We wanted to engage with key stakeholders here in Mzuzu in land management issues. And I think looking at the audience that we have here, we have achieved that. We wanted to ensure that we raise awareness of NAS, and looking at the engagements we have had, people now understand what NAS is. We also wanted to collect feedback. The last question there was very important feedback that we were looking for. The questions that were being asked, the interactions, indeed leaves us satisfied to say that the investment that MACRA and real estate put into this event is worthwhile. So we believe that as we move out, we are now clear on the linkages between NAS and surveyors. We are clear where NAS and valuation meet. We are also clear where NAS and the state agents meet. We are clear this afternoon that there are symbiotic relationships. Not only NAS will benefit the real estate sector, but NAS is also looking at benefiting from your input, your contributions in terms of knowledge, in terms of data provision, and indeed even with respect to promotion of adoption of NAS across the country. So our expectation as you go is that you start incorporating the national addressing in your practice, and beyond that, as we have agreed, you share knowledge with us, you promote NAS, and also send the message of protecting the physical infrastructure that MACRA continues to install. We are very happy with the participation. We should thank you. We can't thank you enough. Mzuzu has really been kind. Mzuzu has been good. Not just the weather, but the input, the participation. We want to thank the elders that were here sharing your knowledge freely to us. We want to thank you so much. I'll be maybe failing my duty if I don't mention all the speakers that came forward here. They traveled from Blantyre to here to share this knowledge. So I would want to thank each and every speaker that shared knowledge. Let's just clap hands for them. I won't be able to remember all the names, but they have done a brilliant job. I would also want to appreciate my colleagues from MACRA for answering your questions, for taking notes throughout the discussion. Limbani made a presentation, an impassionate presentation sharing the information on development of NAS. Barnett was there answering questions. But in the background, we had a full team that made sure that we had a good workshop. We had Diana there running the show behind the scenes. We had Wezi making sure that the messages that we are sharing are being captured and broadcast across the nation. As we go, beyond thanking you, I'd want to wish you well. May God bless you, and may God bless our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kondoni Kachika from MACRA, wrapping it up for us this afternoon. I would like to ask the same gentleman who gave us the opening prayer to give us our closing prayer, Mr. Victor Matobe, if you would close us with a word of prayer.
Let us bow our heads for a prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we come to Thee this afternoon. We thank Thee for the wonderful moment that we had at this place. We ask You, Lord, that You should help us, that whatever we have discussed here should be very beneficial to us and even to the whole country. We ask You, Lord, that as we are returning to our various homes, You should be with us, guide us, and protect us. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's where we call it quits. Please make sure you submit your survey. We've only received from 2 people so far, so I know there's quite a lot of us in this room who didn't vocalize our feedback. So please make sure you submit your feedback via the survey so we can know what you think. And as we have gathered so far today, whatever we speak about is actually put into practice. You'd be surprised. It's been a pleasure. The name is Nicole Kamwendo. I do hope you enjoy the rest of your week, your day, and let's make Malawi a better place, as Mr. Kachiga said. Enjoy.